this morning. I think that response should be a bit louder than that. If you're excited that you're alive this morning, I'd like you to please just probably just say hello to the person sitting close to you. Maybe good morning. Get to find out the person's name, and if the person who is talking to you is not smiling, find out why. I mean, it's a good day to be alive. With all the pressure in the world, we should be grateful, honestly. First, I'd like to say thank you to everyone in this room, especially those who came in very early. I know those who walked in here at about, say, 10 a.m. First, I want to appreciate you for coming here on time. We're about to kick off this event. It's the CJID Climate Change Summit, Road to COP27. And in a few minutes, we'll kickstart the event. But we're going to set the tone right this morning. So we'd like you to please move forward, especially if you're a panelist. Our panelists already present in the room this morning, we'd like you to move forward just so that it will be easy to access the podium once it's time for your session. So please, we'd like to ask all our panelists to please move forward. The front seats are vacant. We'd like you to occupy them, please. All our panelists. Climate policy expert, Gideon Ofusu, you're right here. We'd like you to please move forward. Kingsley Onu from Adeleke University, you're present. We'd like you to move forward. Please, our panelists, okay? You're already seated in front. Thank you. Tengi George Ikoli, Senior Officer, Natural Resource Governance Institute. Please, we'd like you to move forward. You're one of our panelists. You're welcome. All right. Vivian Chime, you're in this room. Please, we'd like you to move forward. I mean, the front seats are not biting, right? And it's good to be at the front. Yes, because I think CJID has goodies for those on the front row. All right, thank you so much. Those who moved, thank you, we appreciate you. All right, so once we're ready to start, of course, I'm going to introduce everyone present in this room. We have the details of everyone present here. But I'm sure when we start, you'll permit me to actually skip some names because of time so we can get to the business of the day. So while we're waiting for a few minutes before we get started, do we have non-Nigerians in this room? You're not a Nigerian? Oh, okay, fine. So Nigerians, we're going to show them, all right, we're going to let them know how our mothers behave in Nigeria. You're a Nigerian, you love your mother. Please, I'd like to see your hand up. You don't like your mother, then your hand should be down. The camera is on, so, I mean, she will get to see this anyhow. Nigerian mothers, they have their way. All right, so for the non-Nigerians, you're going to get to know about Nigerian mothers in a bit. Yes. So I'm going to be asking simple questions, like I'm the Nigerian, I'm the child now, right? So I'm going to be asking simple questions, what a child would do in Nigeria and how a Nigerian mother would respond. I'd like you to please tell me how your own mother would respond in that situation. So just imagine that I do something wrong, and I come to my mother, and I'm like, Mommy, I'm sorry. What would a typical Nigerian mother respond? That's not loud enough. Okay, so I'm a child, and then your mother asks you to go bring a bottle of water. This is it. And I'm here. Mommy, this is the water you asked me to bring. What would a Nigerian mother say? No, that's not loud enough. I want them to hear at home. So if your mother asks you to go and bring water and then you brought the water and you're like, Mommy, this is the water you asked me to bring, what will your mother tell you? It's end of the term. You come back with your result and you came out second in class. You bring your report card to your mother. Mommy, I came second and you are feeling good. What would the Nigerian mother tell you? Okay. All right. So we're getting home now. So I'm sure before you left home, I'm sure some of us, we don't live with our parents anymore. Maybe you were working before you left home. And then you had small change. And your mother said, hey, Chigozie, please give me that 500 naira. Then let me quickly do something. I'll give you later. Then later, you truly need your 500. You now go back to your mother. Mommy, please, that 500 naira I borrowed you. How far? What will your mother tell you?
Are you paying for the food you eat at home?
That's another response.
I carried you for 9 months.
Bam. You're asking me for just that 500, all the food you have been eating in this house since. Okay. So Nigerian mothers, very, very wonderful set of people. And we love them regardless. So there's more. Okay, so you're in secondary school, you now have friends, and one day you wake up, it's a weekend, and you're like, Mommy, I'm going to visit that my friend in that place. What would a typical Nigerian mother tell you? Sorry?
Can he not come to your house?
Exactly. Can he not come to your house? Why are you the one going there? And the day the friend will come, your mother may tell you. Your mother will tell you what? Your mother may not even entertain, the fact that you are having friends. So you see, so many issues. Can somebody tell me another one? What a typical Nigerian mother would do.
Why is he always visiting?
Exactly. Why is your friend always visiting? All right. So another example of what a Nigerian mother would do. Okay. Please, a round of applause for her. In fact, this one has happened to almost everybody. When you do something wrong, your mother will tell you, you will not kill me. Because me, I didn't kill my own mother. Another one. I'm sure somebody else has another example. Another example of what a Nigerian mother would do. We are following our mother's hands here. They do so many things. In fact, I'm sure some of us, when we eventually left home, we're like, thank God. Okay, so just imagine you're watching the TV with your mom, and then she sleeps off. Do you dare change the channel? Even in her sleep, she's still controlling that channel. You dare not change it. Okay. Well, so many more. So please, let's put our hands together for our mothers. And then those of us who are not Nigerians, I'm sure you know one or two things about what our mothers would do. This is another very typical one a Nigerian mother would do. You're upstairs, she's downstairs. She wants you to get her bag. She won't tell you, Chris, bring my bag as you're coming down. She would first call you. Chris, I'm calling you. And then you come down. When you get down, Chris, go and bring my bag upstairs. Okay.
The mother will be like, this place looks so dirty. Please get me the broom. And you dare not give it to her. You have to sweep it yourself.
Exactly. No, in fact, you don't even try to give her the broom. This place is dirty. Bring the broom means go and sweep. All right. So, let's put our hands together for our mothers, please. If you love your mother, the applause should be really loud. Thank you so much. As I said, in a few minutes, we would actually kickstart this event properly. But for now, I hear that we have some security tips that we should be armed with, and a security expert will be sharing that with us. It's very important. And who is sharing that with us? Okay. So please put your hands together for him as he shares some security tips with us.
Thank you very much. Morning, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Dan Lamy Sunday from the Security Department of Chelsea Hotel. On behalf of the management, I welcome you all to our hotel. Where you are seated is called Golden Hall. And in this hall, we have 3 doors lead to the exit. One right where I'm standing straight, where they're doing the registration. The second door is by my left. The third one is by my right. In case you want to ease yourself, you can use my left or by my right. When you got out there, you'll be directed where you ease yourself. Then you are seated here. There is fire. Somebody just raised alarm. Fire, fire. Everybody will be running scatter. But sometimes you don't know the nature of this fire. When you had fire, all you need to do, find your way out. But don't push one another. You go in the jolting manner and you will go out successfully. But at the process of pushing one another, you will even get injury before the fire. So sometimes we advise people, where you are, when they say fire, you look at the exit, you go out gently where you will have a master point for count head. And when there is fire in the building, when you have gone out successfully, don't go into the building until you are being told by the expert. Then, secondly, anywhere you are walking, you must think of safety. Probably where you walk, you have 5-story building, 10-story high-rise building, and there is fire in that building. You want to go out. Please don't use the lift. Preferably, you go through the staircase. It's safer. Anywhere you are, if there's any fire incident in the building, find your way through the staircase. And remember, your belonging is not important than your life. So don't try to pick your belongings. You have to save yourself first. Then a situation where there is a lot of fire in the building here, in this hall, and there is smoke, and you are already seated, or you need to go out. You can go out successfully without injury. You go out through the scrolling on the ground. But if you stand up, you will choke up with the smoke, and it's dangerous to your health. But the moment you scroll, you'll be able to find your way out successfully. And then sometimes those who cook in the kitchen, you have gas and the rest of them, and maybe your gas caught fire. You'll be scared, whether you're a man or you're a woman. But there's something we call fire blanket. It's mainly for quenching of any type of fire. It's just like a towel, but it's very big to a big size. All you need to do, you open this blanket, if there's fire in your kitchen, to the size you want. But when you open this blanket, you must first of all protect your chest. To the size you want, you protect your chest. When you protect your chest, it's very big. You can open it to the size you want, you protect your chest, then you make a step towards the fire, and once you go there, you open it and cover the fire. Air will not be there. And remember, do not use water for any fire, because water is also a good conductor of electricity. So we don't advise you to use to use water to quench any type of electricity. And if you are fighting fire, you must fight the source, not the flame. Remember, because fire can cause by we seated here. Fire cannot just come like that, but sometimes it's accident. But when you are fighting fire, put up the source before you fight the source. Put up the socket. And then some of you also, maybe in your office, you are working, you overplug your socket, and maybe you are tired, you forgot to put them off. These are things that cause fire. But remember, as you have come here, your personal belonging is at your own risk. The management of Chelsea Hotel do not take responsibility of your iPad, your phone, because in a function like this, there are intruders. They are not invited, but some of them come. The time you are going for your tea break, somebody will strike. So we advise that you should know your neighbor, the man sitting next to you. Please take note of this. We don't want to have a report of missing item, IPAC phone. Very important. Somebody that is not invited may come here and then try to strike. So if you are going for your tea break, know your neighbor and then know what you keep on your table. And I wish you a good deliberation on your day. Thank you very much. Any question?
Thank you very much, sir. If you listen to him, I'm sure you'll just be like, thank God we're leaving here soon. All those fire this, fire that, and all that. We're here to quench an environmental challenge, not to quench any real fire in this hall or anywhere around it, right? Am I right? So, of course, we'll pray that there will be no disaster and there will be no need to, take any of those precautions he gave while we're here. All right, so quickly, as I said, we have the names of everyone present in this hall, but, because we're trying to save time so we can actually get down to the business of the day, we'll quickly just recognize a few people. And as earlier mentioned, if you're sitting behind, we'd like you to move forward. There's still some empty seats in front, just so that we can be organized. Thank you very much. The first person I'm going to introduce this morning is someone who's been here. He came in here when this hall was empty. Yes, and he's representing the DG of NIMET. Please, everyone, with a round of applause, help me welcome Mr. James Adamu, the Chief Meteorologist and Executive Assistant to the DG of NIMET. Thank you so much, sir, for keeping to time. Thank you. I appreciate your patience and everything. Thank you for coming. Also present with us is a climate policy expert, Gideon Ofusu. He came all the way from Ghana. Please, a round of applause for him. We'd like you. All right. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Gideon. We also have a lecturer from Adeleke University. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Kingsley Onu. You're welcome. Also present is the senior officer, Natural Resource Governance Institute, NRGI. Please, the very beautiful Tengi George Ikole. We'd like to see you, ma'am. You're welcome. Also present is a journalist from the cable, Vivian Chime. A round of applause for her. We have all the people present here. Mrs. Benedict Ejiofor is present. She's representing the Director, Department of Climate Change. That's talking about Dr. Inyobong Abiola Awe. Mrs. Benedict Ejiofor, you're welcome. Please, a round of applause for her. I'd like to see you, ma'am. Okay, all right, you're welcome. And please, I'd like to beg, it's in no particular order. We also have present Jibril Shitu, the CEO of PPDC. Thank you for joining us. A round of applause for him. And also someone who's been here a very long time ago. He's a lecturer at the University of Lagos. A round of applause for Dr. Bamidele Olajide. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Every other person present here, we appreciate you. Of course, I want to appreciate the CJID team for putting this together. Yes, we must appreciate the Executive Director, CJID, Dr. Toby Oluwatoba. A round of applause for him. Also, joining us is the Deputy Director, CJID, Akintude Babatunde. The Director of Operations, CJID, Tosin Alegbe. Thank you very much. And the whole team, CJID team, please, I'd like you to just wave. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for putting this together. We appreciate you. The applause should be really loud because, as you can see, it's CJID Climate Change Media Summit, Road to COP 27. As we head to Egypt in November, we need to actually set the discourse right. So when we get there, we know what we're talking about. Once again, a round of applause for CJID. Before we do any other thing, may we please rise for the national anthem. A round of applause for yourself. And take your seats. Thank you. Thank you once again. Everyone, thank you. So as we begin this event this morning, it's important to talk about the reason we're here. CJID Climate Change Media Summit, Road to COP27. You know, it is clear, like someone would say, it is visible to the blind and audible to the deaf that we have a real challenge in our hands as far as climate change is concerned. And in Nigeria, the impact is visible. We can see what's going on at the moment. Devastating flooding in the country, the creeping desertification and escalating drought in the north. You know, just to mention a few of the effects of climate change right here in Nigeria. Some years ago, when you mentioned climate change, people thought it was a matter for, you know, the West or other parts of the world and not Nigeria. But as we move on, it's becoming clear that climate change has no borders. There is no rich, there is no poor. Like you're seeing in Bayelsa, it doesn't know the small, it doesn't know the mighty. It's a real issue we must address. And that is why CJID put together this event, so we can talk about the real issues. And for those of us who remember what happened in COP26, Nigeria pledged to net zero 2060, and some other things that were said. And for us as Nigerians, we know that are these things really going to happen? Is Nigeria actually thinking like they're saying? Are we actually going to walk the talk? COP27 is around the corner. November 18. November, I'm not sure of the date now. But of course, in November 6 to 18, yes, we'll be in Egypt. And then we'll be talking again. We want to push forward issues that Nigeria can actually, you know, hold and, of course, eventually see results. And that's why we're having this event. And to let us know exactly why this is happening is no other person than the Executive Director of CJID. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Toby Oluwatola for his welcome address.
Thank you very much, Ms. John. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining our Maiden, which is our very first Climate Change Media Summit, organized by the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. allow me to stand on existing protocol, so I won't be welcoming anyone individually. I just want to say a general welcome and thank you to everyone, and then get started. So Ms. John sort of took a line from my book when she talked about how climate change was perceived a few years ago and in many elite circles today. And I'll tell a bit of my personal story. I got my first job about 16 years ago today as a management consultant in one of the big four. And at that firm, you would typically start with an induction, which is like a 1-week retreat where you get to learn the firm's policy, you learn some accounting, you meet with a bunch of the leaders of the organization, and you get to bond with people who are in your cohort, right? And this was me, very excited, fresh out of a degree in electrical engineering, and having been recently appointed a future energy leader by the World Energy Council, and having gone to speak about, the importance of climate change from a very naive young person's perspective back then. And getting to this forum, was in a dialogue with the national senior partner at the time. And people were asking different questions. What's the leave like? What's your experience working here? How did you get to the top and stuff like that? And me, very passionate young man about energy poverty and climate change, put my hand up and I said, what's the firm doing about climate change? And is the firm setting up an ESG department or something like energy audit department anytime soon? And it looked at me a little confused, like I was from Mars, and uttered those words that I think have been somewhat defining of how Africa sees climate change for the longest time. And he basically said to me, he said, but I think that's more a problem of the West than our problem. We have more urgent problems to deal with. And in a significant way, that statement coming from someone who I thought was very enlightened and really understood the issues, in a sense, really altered my thinking about climate change a little bit. It got me on this track where, I would often say to people, I'm more of an energy poverty advocate than I am a climate advocate. But what that statement does is that the myopia of that statement is that it belittles the fact that climate change is an energy issue as much as it is a poverty issue and a Greek issue, as much as it is an infrastructure issue. And the evidence that we see today makes it very glaring to most of us. Now, it's no news to the people in this room that as of now, more than close to 700 people have died across the country to flooding. About 82,000 homes have been lost. More than 330,000 hectares of farmland have perished, gone underwater. And you know how important that is? Agriculture contributes 25% of our GDP. Losing 330,000 hectares of farmland, that's no trivial thing. And when you think about the fact that about a quarter of our households are women-led, women in agriculture represent about 70% of Nigeria's farmers. So you have a case where climate change is really making the poorest of the poor, many of them women, poorer. A lot of women now, about 37% in sub-Saharan Africa, have to walk more than 30 minutes to get to a place where there's safe drinking water. So climate change is not just a climate issue. It's not a meteorological issue. It's an agric issue. It's a health issue. It's an energy issue. It's a poverty issue. And that's why, even though Africa only contributes about 4% to global emissions, we have to get really serious about the agenda for mitigation, but more importantly for adaptation. And how do we deal with the loss and damage that results from climate change? Because ultimately what has happened is that we are suffering from an externality. 9 out of 10 countries that are most affected by climate change are in Africa. So we have a case where we're suffering the externalities of progress and development and business opportunities that other people have reaped the benefits of, but the externalities, the downsides of that development, Africa is bearing the largest brunt of it. Which is why it is critical as we head towards COP27 that we be very clear about an agenda. Not just for mitigation, and mitigation is very important because it affects all of us. It's a global problem. And there are low-hanging fruits mitigation-wise that we have to solve. But very importantly for adaptation, loss and damage, and that woman in the village in Potiskum that has lost the farmland, or in Bayelsa that has lost the farmland, and someone who has had to migrate. 1.3 million people have lost their homes. We have to find a way to get resources to those people to have a livelihood, to repair their lives. And that's why CJID has put together a couple of research papers. The first one, we looked at the feasibility of the nationally determined contributions that West Africa has made. Because at the beginning, when people were writing this nationally determined contributions, many African countries just hired consultants, and the targets all look alike because they didn't pay sufficient attention to local context. You know, and today, a few of those contributions have been updated, and hopefully, and what CJID has done is contribute a little bit to the literature on whether or not those are feasible or they address the big issues for our region. The second study that we've done is that we've spoken to a bunch of women, particularly in agriculture in Ghana and Nigeria, to understand how climate change has affected them. And more than 90% of these women say that they've seen very marked changes in their agricultural productivity. I'm not even talking about the people who have lost their farmlands altogether. I'm talking about people who still have their farmlands, but their productivity has changed because of changes in weather patterns and the predictability of the same. So it's critical that as we walk towards COP, as journalists, which most of us in this room are, that we are setting the right agenda. And our mission at CJID is to enable the media and journalistic enterprise to do a better job of democratic accountability, of holding our elected leaders accountable, of setting the agenda, and for guarding the public sphere. So thank you very much again for joining us today. I hope that in the course of this event, a lot of issues will come up, and the issues that will come up will become major agenda issues that Nigeria takes to COP and reaches a resolution on some of these issues. Thank you again for joining us today, and have a good dialogue.
That applause can be better, please. That's the Executive Director of CJID, Dr. Toby Oluwatola. Thank you very much. You know, as he said, when people think that there are other pressing issues, you know, for example, somebody would say like the economy is more pressing than the environment. You know, my response would be, if you really think that the environment is less important than the economy, then try holding your breath while you count your money. Think about it. Would that be possible? So, you see, that's why the environment is actually very, very important. Please permit me at this point to introduce some guests that we have present here. We have the Managing Director Editor of Premium Times. Please, a round of applause for Idris Akimbajo. Thank you for joining us. We also have from Daily Trust, Abuja, Mr. Awal Suleiman. Thank you for joining us. So as we move to the next item, it is a keynote address, and it will be delivered by Mr. James Adamu, the Chief Meteorologist and Executive Assistant to the Director General of NIMET. He's actually representing the Director General of NIMET. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward for his keynote address. Please keep clapping as he comes forward. He's been here since 10 a.m. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to everyone. As introduced, my name is James Adamu Ijempi. I am the Executive Assistant to the Director General Nigeria Meteorological Agency. And I thought we were giving a goodwill message. The keynote address should have been the minister. However, the responsibility has been transferred to NIMET. The DG, Nigeria Meteorological Agency, Professor Mansour Baku Matazu, would have loved to be here himself, but considering the flood Nigeria is experiencing, there's a lot of meetings he has to attend. This morning they are having some interministerial meeting, so he has asked me to represent him here, and I hope I will do just that. The Nigeria Meteorological Agency is an agency of government. Weather monitoring and collecting weather and climate information for Nigeria. The collection of weather and climate data started in 1887 in Akassa, present-day Bayelsa State. And that is when the idea of collecting weather and climate information started. I'm sure we have that data in NIMET transferred to us from the British government. So meteorological and climate information and data, we have over 100 years data in Nigeria, and NIMET is positioned to see the climate variability and climate change in Nigeria. That means we look at this data over 100 years, we see how it has been changing in terms of temperature, rainfall, and other meteorological parameters. And if you may recall, earlier this year, to be precise, 22nd of February, the Nigeria Meteorological Agency gave an early warning in the form of the seasonal climate prediction as part of our mandate, informing Nigerians that this year we are likely to experience above normal rainfall. Now, that is part of our mandate. And our sister agency, the Nigerian Hydrological Agency, gave its own early warning, that was in May, that about 235 local governments, I'm sure, will be affected by flood, covering about 33 states. So we have that information as early as February and May. And also, NIMET is glad to be part of this. We want to appreciate the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, CJID, for inviting NIMET to this occasion. This is important because on the 23rd of March, the UN Secretary General made a statement that we should ensure every person on earth is protected by early warning in the next 5 years. That means early warning information should get to everyone on earth in the next 5 years. And it mandated the World Meteorological Agency to develop a plan that will be presented at COP 2027. Now, as NIMET, our mandate is to look at how do we get this information to about 200 million Nigerians on time. And that is why we're happy to be here, because we as producers of climate and weather information, we rely on the enablers. And the key enablers here are the media houses, because you have a big role to play. We are to develop this information, but how do we ensure that everyone in Nigeria gets this information on time in terms of early action? And that is why NIMET and the DG said I should appreciate the organizers of this important event in terms of climate change media summit. And importantly, looking at environmental disaster and flooding in Nigeria. I would like to inform you that though sad, we are talking about flood, but early this year, some states in Nigeria on local governments were affected by some level of drought or dry spell. Particularly, you'll be surprised, northern part of Oyo State experienced, and farmers, a lot of farmers, including female farmers, had to resort to replanting or total loss due to the drought they experienced. That drought affected part of Kwara State. We have those data in NIMET, and we've been going around to see how the impact is. So we're talking about flood, but already people, as early as May, June, a lot of Nigerian farmers have been affected by the other extreme, that is drought in Nigeria. Now, talking about flood, early this year, mid this year, around July, we have states like Yobe states, totally cut off from Gujba and Gulani local government, cut off from other parts of the state as a result of flood that led to a lot of losses, and farmers were faced with a lot of hardship, particularly our female farmers. We have issues of Adamawa State, talking about Madagali and the rest. Before the release of the Lado Dam, we have above normal rainfall that resulted to in flood that resulted to loss of some hectares of farmland. They were completely submerged. We have the Jigawa incident. Jigawa this year recorded about 109% above average rainfall. As at September, the rainfall they've recorded this year was about 109% above what they normally record in a year. So at the end of the year, we will now calculate how much above normal rainfall they experience. From NIMET, we look at data, we look at what actually happened in each of these states. Surprisingly, Sokoto too experienced about 125% above normal rainfall. Nigeria as a total, looking at the average as of September, has recorded about 60%. You find out some had about 100, some below that. So averagely for Nigeria, about 60% above normal rainfall across the nation as at September. So at the end of October, we'll update that data, and that is what NIMET do. So we are glad to be here. We have information to share with you, and particularly, we want everyone, particularly the journalists here, media men, to pay attention to early warning, because you have a key role to play in terms of taking this information to the grassroots, because we cannot be talking about climate change without early warning and early action in terms of adaptation and building resilience in our community. So with these few comments on behalf of the DG, I want to reiterate the commitment of NIMET in terms of supporting the center with data and information at all times. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. The representative of the Director General of NIMET, Mr. James Adamu. Please, another round of applause for him. We also have joining us the founder and executive director of DataFight. Please, a warm welcome for Joshua Olufemi. Okay, we're talking about climate change. And you know, climate change is actually the greatest threat to our existence in our short history in this planet. You know, and some people will say that it's not climate change that needs to be tackled. It's the political power of the fossil fuel industry that we should handle. And the next speaker, who's giving us a goodwill message, actually, I'm sure, would tell us a bit about this. Because I remember earlier this year, there was actually a media training on the impact of oil dependency in Nigeria, which was organized by NRGI. Please now, a round of applause as we make welcome for a goodwill message, the Senior Officer, Natural Resource and Governance Institute, Tengi George Ikoli. Round of applause for her as she comes forward. Please be gender sensitive. She's the first speaker coming up this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. My name is Tengi Georgie Coley, and I'm the Senior Officer with Natural Resource Governance Institute. I will stand on all existing protocols. So thank you so much to CJID for inviting me to give a goodwill message and for all their efforts that they've made in ensuring that the climate change issues are spotlighted and kept on the public forum, and the media, the fourth estate, is consistently giving the information, training, and data that is required to ensure that they engage with these issues and translate them in ways that ordinary Nigerians can better understand. NRGI exists because decisions around natural resources are very key to the way we live our lives around the world, especially fossil fuel dependent economies like Nigeria. And as earlier alluded, we have focused on ensuring that the impacts around the dependent economies like Nigeria are spotlighted and we understand how to move forward. I've heard different comments today about the economic aspects of the climate change and the environmental aspects, and those being different things. The interesting aspect of this as well is that we don't tend to understand or at least recognize that climate change has a social impact, an economic impact, an environmental impact, and they're all very well intertwined. As we see the impacts on communities like Bayelsa, where I'm from, and all around the nation, and how people are suffering tremendously, that's something tangible around the flooding that we can see. But the economic impacts are not always as easily glaring to connect. We have the climate change having effects around the world with different countries responding to climate change. You have governments, institutions, countries reducing their reliance on fossil fuels, which Nigeria relies heavily on, as we know, for immense revenues for governments to operate, immense revenues for our foreign exchange. And as those countries that are part of Nigeria's trade partners start to define plans and pathways to reduce their reliance on fossil fuels, that would mean that less funds, less revenues are going to come to Nigeria. And those funds are needed to address those environmental issues that we also have. So we see how intertwined these things are. And then the run-on effects on importation, on the currency value, as well as our foreign exchange is depleted. And we have not yet expanded on these diversification plans and made them realistic for Nigeria. We start to see how all these things are intertwined and how Nigeria needs to really collectively, every one of us, find a pathway to ensure that Nigeria is able to move forward in a positive way that addresses all these risks and challenges that come of the energy transition as it relates to climate change. At COP26, Nigeria made commitments around net zero by 2060. Thereafter, we now have an energy transition plan that is supposed to help to get us to that net 2060. The NRGI had a national dialogue some weeks ago that helped us to cascade down the different conversations, the different risks and challenges for Nigerians to better understand. And from that, one of the takeaways was that at COP26, we had gone with some preliminary plans. Now we have some seemingly more concrete plans. But how do we intend to make sure that Nigeria gets the best out of negotiations and opportunities financial, technological, and human resources, which are primarily required to ensure that this climate change impacts are adequately addressed for Nigeria, given all our different challenges. South Africa was one of the countries that was able to secure some commitments from countries to the tune of $8.5 billion. Nigeria did not come back with such similar efforts. How do we make sure now that at COP27, the story is different? How do we ensure that we engage with political leaders that are going to represent Nigeria to make sure that they come back with concrete support that will enable Nigeria to speed up its climate action plans? We do not want to see our people continuing to suffer. This is only the tip of the iceberg. We are still at early days. As sad as it is, Toby quoted all those different figures of those that are suffering, and this is only the beginning. We cannot afford to make sure to have this be even more compounded. So it is important that the media, as the Fourth Estate, help those of us that have some information to amplify them, to hold the government to account. A lot of the time you hear people say that it's not as important, people are not listening, but I promise you that they are listening, and the more pressure that is mounted will make sure that Nigeria does not find itself in a situation where what we're seeing now is only the tip of the iceberg, and we see our family members suffering, having to relocate to other areas, our people that are already poor suffering even more, and people having to relocate out of the country. Nigeria is the only home that we have, and it's important that we all make best efforts to ensure that we are in the right position, we're able to get the best benefits so that we can have a good future for ourselves and for those yet unborn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tengi Judge Ikoli from NGRI. Listening to her and, of course, the different issues that climate change poses, it actually shows that we don't actually have time to sit on our hands as our planet burns. For young people, climate change is actually bigger than the election. Come 2023, I'm sure the obedience, the Baptists, and what else? The articulated may not agree, but it is actually the fact, because climate change issue is an issue of life or death. Please, once again, round of applause for Tengi. At this point, we shall move to the next session, actually the first session for this event, and it's on feasibility of nationally determined contributions in West Africa. It's actually a presentation of a research done by CJID. Please, a round of applause as I make welcome the panelists. First on the list is Professor Chuks Okereke, Director Center for Climate Change and Development, Alex Ekweme Federal University. Please, a round of applause as they come forward. Because of time, we also have, I think I'll just leave that to the moderator of the session, to call out those on the list. He doesn't want to be called Akin or Uncle Tunde. He prefers to be called Akin Tunde, Baba Tunde. Please, a round of applause for Babs, if you like.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Sure, I'll say, don't worry. Just a bit of introduction to the session that we want to have now. My name is Akin Tunde. I work for the Center for Journalism, Innovation, and Development. So it's pretty much just a background to this research and why we are having this presentation. We'll still go to the panels proper. So the Center for Journalism, Innovation, and Development is a media think tank, like you know. And when the general debate around climate change started, we thought that it's important for us to look at governments around the world started to make commitments, long-term, short-term, and the likes. And our climate change program within the center, we decided to look at how real and how realistic, how visible are the ambitions and the pledges that governments are making. And so, of course, CJID operates in 5 Anglophone West African countries, and we decided to to conduct the research to look at the visibility of the climate change ambitions. Because it's good for countries to make commitment. It's interesting for us to hear net zero ambitions, but how are we able to get, how visible are these looking at the realistic components within the country, the political economy, and all of those things. So we have a group of researchers that have done this work. And I would be, so it's interesting that a number of them are in here and a number of them will join us virtually, but the coordinator of the research is Professor Chuks Okereke. If you work on climate change, you definitely know Professor Chuks Okereke. So who is the director of Center for Climate Change and Development at Alex Ekweme Federal University. So he's joining us virtually. Professor, good afternoon, sir. I think he would make his presentation very soon. And then we have Fatou Jeng. She's currently in the US, sadly, good enough. And she's the founder of Clean Art Gambia. And she worked on the evidence from Gambia. So she would be giving us an overview of the indices in the Gambia and the realities within that space. And we also have Gideon Ofosu, who is from Ghana, a climate change policy expert, and he would make it to the stage. Now, please jam your hands together for Gideon Ofosu. So he conducted the research in Ghana. Then we have, so for Nigeria, we have two researchers who worked on the research for evidence from Nigeria. So we have Kingsley Onu from Adeleke University. Kingsley, please jam your hands together for Kingsley. And we have Dr. Okay, fine. Let's Kingsley get his shine. Right, so you could just have your seat there. And then we have Dr. Obasanjo, who is in Canada at the moment. But yes, let's clap for Dr. Obasanjo, who's done extensive work on this process. So right now, we would be taking Professor Okereke to give us an overview of the research. So, Prof, good afternoon.
Very much. Can you hear me?
Sure, we can hear you, sir.
And just can you confirm that you can see my slide?
Yes, we can see the slide, and we can see you, and we can hear you.
Brilliant. Thank you so very much, Akin, for the excellent introduction of the research. And I also want to thank Felicia and Danny, other members of the CJID, for your excellent coordination. So as has been introduced, the key thing we wanted to explore in this research is whether African government can meet their climate change pledges. So we did a feasibility assessment of 3 African countries, Ghana, the Gambia, and Nigeria, to determine the extent to which these countries can meet the pledges that they have made, especially following from the Paris Agreement. I have been listening from the background and have seen that Tengi, the director of Premium Times, and the meteorological organization officer have eloquently articulated the fact that we have a climate change emergency. So I will not dwell so much on this. But suffice it to say that according to the research we have, climate change is already costing Nigeria about $100 billion per annum. Those who were originally skeptical about this number may now well see from the evidence of the flood that there are some possibilities that this number could actually be less than the figure. Because we do know that the flooding event of 2012 cost Nigeria about 9 trillion naira. If you go by the projections we have, this number will be about 460 billion per annum by 2050. And this equals about between 6 to 30% of Nigerian GDP. So as have been said by previous speakers, this is not a marginal, tiny environmental issue somewhere out there. It is a threat to the survival, to the existence of the country, not just our country, but many other African countries. This is a mainstream economic, social, and political issue. The total number of people at the risk of flooding in Nigeria is about 25 million. In Lagos alone, the number is about 400,000 that are exposed. And the figures that we have through the modeling shows that this number could well be about 3.2 million in Lagos alone by 2050. I've already indicated that the direct estimate of the damage and loss that was caused by the flooding event is about 16.9 billion. And this is government's own estimates, and it may well be more than this. We have a huge stretch of land areas in the Niger Delta, about 630 square kilometers that are susceptible to flooding. Currently, we're already experiencing sea level rise around the coast of the country, and an estimated 53 million people will need to be relocated at a sea level rise of 0.5 meters. Coastal settlements like Bonny, Forcado, Escravos, Lagos, Warri, Calabar are all at risk. And oil and gas infrastructure worth trillions are already at risk. You will know that the LNG recently declared a force majeure because they could not operate because of flood. The situation can well become worse without adequate attention. The director of the Premium Times have eloquently articulated the fact that about 70% of Nigerian population are engaged directly or indirectly in various forms of agricultural activities, which account for about 25% of our GDP. With climate change, the threat is that the food security may worsen. However, taking action on climate change will also cost us money. As you can see from the graph, it can lead to increase in oil and gas debt, loss of job of livelihood, stranded assets, the cost of replacement of infrastructure, and an increase in power debt. So Africa is between a rock and a hard place when it comes to climate change. If we do not act, we are doomed. But if we act in a way that is rash and not well thought out, we will also be doomed. We know that many African countries encouraged, supported, prodded by international actors have begun to put forth ambitious pledges. We see, for example, that Nigeria has a long-term vision. We see that Nigeria also has a radical energy transition plan. There is also a national deep decarbonization project, which I am coordinating. And of course, we have the revised NDC. We like to celebrate these targets, but it is also important to ask the extent to which they are feasible. You know that we have joined a net zero pledge by 2060, which was announced in Glasgow last year. And this is just Nigeria. We have other African countries that are also doing similar work. So as Akin has said, our role here, our focus is to explore the extent to which these targets can be met. To do that, we drew from extensive work that has been done by the IPCC, of which I'm a member of, and wider literature. They said that in order to explore the feasibility of environmental targets, we could do that by looking at ecological aspects, economic factors, such as the extent of development and availability of financial resources, but also that you have to explore socio-cultural aspects, including demographic conditions and cultural norms, our level of awareness of citizens. Then you have to explore the technological conditions, including the tendency, the swiftness, the ability of countries and society to innovate. And finally, you can also explore institutional and political feasibility, which has to do with capability or capacity for governance. So we adapted this framework In our approach, we considered 4 key dimensions of feasibility, looking at Nigeria, the Gambia, and Ghana. We focused, number 1, on political feasibility, where the emphasis is to what extent the political condition and processes in the country make it more or less likely that countries will fulfill their pledges. What is the extent of the political will of those in governance? If we have had a new election, are the new political parties that come, are they on board? Are they likely to be on board? I have heard the very well-spoken moderator alluding to the fact that the articulated obedience and the Baptists may not really be on board with the sorts of pledges that Nigeria have made, at least from the small comment that we had at least last week. But we also have to look at the financial feasibility, where we focus on the likelihood that countries have the financial muscle, resources, and capability to meet their targets. Some of you will know that the energy transition plan is built to cost $1.9 trillion, an additional 410 billion, translating to about 40 billion per annum. Then social dimension of feasibility, where the emphasis is on the extent of climate change awareness in the country, the ability for youth and other actors to mobilize, the strength of the civil society to influence climate actions. And then we also looked at the institutional feasibility that focused on, again, the quality of institutional arrangement. Is there a climate change law? Is it being implemented? What is the level of interaction between the ministries and institutions, etc.? So I'm very proud to have coordinated this research and helped to mentor the strong scholars from Nigeria, Ghana, and Gambia that did this work. The structure of our report, which I hope will be placed in your hands before you go today, is that we'll start by providing an overview of the key social, political, economic factors in each of the case study countries. Then we provide a short history of climate policy in these countries, placing emphasis on concrete targets that have been made by this country, especially from Paris Agreement. So that will be the NDCs, the long-term visions, and where they're available, the net zero target. After outlining the key climate pledges, we then zoom in, which is the main thing that we offer in this report, on the assessment of the pledges. So here is our results, and you will hear more from Obasanjo, Fatu, and Daniel on how they unpack these results. So you can see that in terms of the political feasibility, 1 country scored medium, 2 countries scored medium, and 1 country scored really low. You can see the economic dimension of feasibility, that 1 country scored red. If I ask you to name these countries, whether it's Gambia or Nigeria or Ghana, I think you might be able to guess, but I will keep the suspense and the authors will explain. Only 1 country have very high strength in both institutional and social dimensions of feasibility. The other 2 countries have either medium, both at medium. So, and for each of these scoring, we provide a very strong justification for why we are scoring them low or medium or high. This is the first time this kind of work has ever been done in Africa. And I'm really, again, proud that the Center for Journalism, Institute of Journalism in Premium Times have undertaken to do this work. So I will now turn it over to the authors, who will perhaps, mostly using this slide, justify their results and our scoring. And maybe we can then have a discussion, or they might begin a discussion on the implications of this. If, as it seems from this result, it looks like we are not actually on track or do not have the muscles, the feasibility to meet our targets. What does that mean for journalism? What does that mean for policy? What does that mean for COP27 and international climate negotiation and diplomacy more broadly? Thank you.
Not set. Okay, fine. Thank you, Prof, for that introduction and overview. I think it sort of give everyone a clear idea about what we've been doing. I think since December last year. All right. So Fato is online. So she worked on the Gambia landscape. So, hi Fato, are you there?
Good morning. Yes, I am. I am here.
Good morning. I know we have to wake you up at 4 a.m. But yeah, go for it.
Thank you so much, Akitunde, and thank you so much for giving an overview of the presentations that we were doing and the findings of this very important research on this very crucial topic, looking at how climate change obviously has been very much challenging and damaging to our environment, and how it is having a devastating impact on our economy as well as other sectors of development. So, as Prof mentioned, I did the chapter for the Gambia, and just to quickly share, I was able to review and explore the social economy and political feasibility of the climate change pledges that we have in the Gambia. And key among these documents that I was able to review included the National Determined Contribution, that is our INDC, which was written and published in 2015, and our NDC, the first one, which was in 2021. I also reviewed the National Adaptation Programs of Action, which is our NAPAD, the National Climate Policy, the National Capacity Self-Assessment, and our National Appropriate Mitigation Actions, among other key national policy documents. And I was able to assess the extent to which the Gambia is able to effectively implement the policies and the pledges that it made to tackle the climate change problems that we are facing, and also was able to provide recommendations on some of the steps or measures and actions that the government could take in the effective implementation of some of the policies that have been made. Just to share that the Gambia is one of the least developed economies in the world, and we are a country that mainly depend on agriculture, that is domestically, and it contributes 25% of our GDP and employs 70% of the labor force in the Gambia. And looking at the fact that we have majority of poor income households, agriculture is definitely the main source of income in the rural Gambia, constituting 70% of their incomes. My research was able to, again, analyze these pledges and shows the level of the greenhouse gas emissions. That is, I was able to track how the government is going to cut down its greenhouse gas emission based on the Paris Agreement goals in reaching or achieving 1.5 degrees Celsius. Interestingly, the Gambia is one of the only countries, or I'll say one of the few countries, whose first NDC was said to be on track of achieving the IPCC 1.5 goal according to the Climate Action Tracker. And we are a country with just over 2.2 million people. And with that, obviously, I'll say at a personal level that it will be really easy to achieve some of these goals, but obviously these are definitely contingent upon some of the targets or some of the support that the Gambia will have. So our NDCs or our NDC obviously, based on that fact, also shows that we will not be able to achieve, or just to quickly show the finding, because I have 5 minutes, so I'm trying to just, as much as possible, try to summarize or wrap it up. But our NDCs, based on the social, political, and financial feasibility. First of all, on the financial feasibility of the implementation of our NDC, it will be really difficult because NDCs, national policy documents, are contingent upon financial support that is based on international funding or support from development organizations. So that shows that it will actually be quite a little bit difficult in the implementation of our NDCs, which is why for that I scored, or based on that finding, it scored a low one, because with our financial support, it is showing that it will be difficult for our NDCs to be implemented. When it comes to the political aspect of the implementation of our NDCs, it is a medium, because obviously, in as much as the government or our governments, when they come in place, they try to make in policies, to for them to be implemented. Uh, but it becomes difficult, because when a government comes in and there's a change of government, then it means that there might be certain changes in some of the policy documents. So that might really affect how well we're being consistent, or how well we're able to ensure that these policy documents in place are being progressive. And also, when it comes to the social aspect of the implementation of our NDC, it was called medium, because even though the country has been trying in terms of engaging and involving different stakeholders and groups to ensure that there is increased level of participation, knowledge, awareness, and sharing of knowledge as well when it comes to climate related issues, it has been a challenge, because we have also seen, for instance, how in our first INDC, young people and other vulnerable groups were not included in it, uh, but when it came to the improved NDC, we could see that these groups were actually included, which is a very good thing. When it comes to the level of awareness, especially education level, we still see that there are gaps, especially in schools incorporating climate education in our basic curriculum or in our curriculum, to ensure that there is increased awareness amongst young people and other groups as far as climate education is concerned. When it comes to the inclusion of civil society organizations, yes, there is the involvement of CSOs, but also we could say that certain CSOs or CSO groups also in the Gambia also face challenges when it comes to some of the environmental damages. And when you look at the report, you will see further how I explained that, especially in terms of some CSO groups being arrested when they actually try to protest against some of the environmental damages, even though they work with the government, or even though government is trying to ensure that there is the social feasibility aspect of it. So there is a room for improvement, which is why there is medium. So when it comes to the institutional aspect of it, again, the Gambia has a lot of environmental policies, a lot of amazing policies in place, but the challenge has been the implementation of these policies, because of the low capacity, or the weak capacity, or in the inadequate capacity of these institutions to be able to support in effectively implementing the policies that are in place. So with policies in place and low institutional capacity, then it makes it a challenge, or with limited institutional capacity, it makes it a challenge for these policies to be implemented. So which is why institutional aspect of it was put on the medium, because based on the findings, or based on the research that was done, we could see that the government itself in our policy documents or in our NDCs was saying that they still need support, or to build the capacities of the institutions for them to implement the policies that we have in place. So I think I've exhausted my 5 minutes, but this is the finding of the research that has been done in the Gambia, and I'm proud to share that the Gambia also has been able to receive certain support from institutions or donors, especially Green Climate Fund, with the World Bank, among others, in the implementation or supporting in the implementation of some of the policies that we have. So when you look at the report again, you'll see some of the progress that have been made in the implementation of some of the policies that the government has, especially on nature-based solutions, climate resilience, adaptation, among others. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much, Fatou, for giving us an overview of the realities in the Gambia. Just before you run, if you let's assume that policymakers who run the ambitions and the pledges in the Gambia are listening to you now, what would you say should be the one focus for them to get on, so as to ensure an effective implementation of the pledges in the Gambia?
I think at every COP, or almost in most of the climate meetings that we sit, we hear our leaders or our policymakers cry about the issue of climate financing. So that is one thing that I think it's really crucial because, again, the policies that we have in place, especially in the Gambia, they're really amazing. But from an activist perspective, I'll say these are sort of like they are just made and they are left there. So most of these documents are contingent or conditional upon the financial support that the governments will be having. So one thing I believe, or one thing I think our policymakers need to see how to do, is to see how best we are not really heavily reliant or dependent on international support, but see how best we can domestically be able to at least finance the climate policies that we have in place, so that we can be able to at least reduce the vulnerability of our countries, as far as climate-related issues are concerned. Because if we're saying that without climate financing from donors or international organizations we're not able to implement, then it's going to be a challenge. So what I'd like to see from our policymakers is to increase domestically the level of financing for climate adaptation and mitigation projects, so that at least it is going to help us in achieving the policies that we put, or the policies that we make in place.
Right, thank you. Domestic financial mobilization. That's the key from what you said. Thank you very much, Fatou, for all your hard work this past month and for also doing this this morning. Thank you, Fatou. Right, so let's clap for Fatou. I mean, she could just hear from from the Zoom. Yeah, right. Thank you. Right, get the feedback. Okay, so we dive into Ghana. And Gideon, who's done extensive work on the evidence from Ghana, would be giving us a brief about his findings and what are the realities for Ghana, especially as we head on to COP27. Gideon.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, so for Ghana, as Prof said, we looked at 4 dimensions: the political angle, the economic angle, the social angle, and then the institutional angle. And then, so the same methodology, reviewing NDCs, looking at news reports, looking at policy documents, what has been done, budgets, what has been done, what has not been done. We, under the political dimension, we realized that when you look at the NDCs, the first, which was developed in 2015 and then revised, and then the revised one in 2021, what you see is that there are certain policy documents which fit into that. So we have our medium-term development plan, and then our short-term development plan. There is also a policy document known as the Ghana Beyond Aid Agenda, which also influences that. And then we also have the CARES, the COVID Alleviation Revitalization of Enterprises Program, which also fits into that. Now, those policy documents are the ones which guided the development of these programs. Now, when you look at those policy documents were developed by the ruling government to ensure a realization of their political party manifestos. So, if those documents were developed to see a realization of their political party manifestos, and then these are the frameworks or the development plans that is influencing the NDC. So what you are going to find is that most of the program of actions in the NDCs are program of actions that are more of political party promises. So it becomes like a medium for implementing that. Now, what is happening is that the development of these programs, the Ghana Beyond Aid program, the medium-term development framework, the short-term development framework, does not have the buy-in of the other political parties. And then Ghana also has a history of abolition of policies. So we had the Ghana Vision 2020 program, which was developed by the then NDC in 1993. The NPP came and then they threw that vision away. And then they developed a long-term plan, which also does not have the buy-in. So the risk here is that should there be a change in government, so 2024, there will be an elections, what is going to happen is that the other political party may not want to continue the program of actions in there because if they are to continue, then we are feeding into your political party promises. They also have their own vision. So that makes the implementation or the feasibility of our NDCs very, very risky. And then because of that, there are evidences due to that. One of the things that we also found under the political dimension is that you realize that there are some of the policy program, one village, one dam, one district, one warehouse. You would also find that in the political party manifestos of the opposition. But you realize that the scope and then the approach is different. So it is sure that should there be a change in government, it is either those projects are not going to receive funding or they are going to be delayed. So that is what we found under the political dimension. Now, under the economic dimension, what we also found is that if you look at the NDCs of Ghana, the revised one is estimating about a minimum of 9.5 billion US dollars to be able to achieve that. Now, when you also look at the climate finance, the amounts that we have received from external sources between 2000 to 2019, it is to the tune of 2.4 billion US dollars. So if you are looking at a minimum of 9.5 in implementing your NDCs, and then the external funds that you have received over from 2000, the year 2000 to 2019 is $2.4 billion, then it's telling you that if you are looking externally, then you are going to have issues. Now, when you want to look internally too, the government is spending a lot on compensation, is spending a lot on the servicing of debt. Now, about 82% of domestic revenues is spent in compensation and then the servicing of debt. So what is left is that 82 minus 100 gives you 18. Now, the remaining 18, there are statutory payments that would have to be made. The payment of student loans, the payment of social security, national health insurance levy, and then all that. So what it means is that you have less physical space to be able to implement your NDCs domestically. Now, what is also making this thing very complex is that the government has decided to look at innovative financing mechanisms to be able to raise this money. So there was this 2 billion Sino-Hydro deal that Ghana was to provide counterpart funding. And then that the idea was that, okay, give us money, and then it is going into roads and then infrastructure. And then in exchange, we are going to give you the bauxite resources that we have. And then when you look at where these bauxite resources will be coming from, most of them are found in forest reserves. So a group of over 60 CSOs have done several campaigns against that, and then that funding is in limbo. Now, linked to that, there is also the Ejapa royalties mineral scheme. What happened was that, okay, so we need funding to be able to implement some of these projects, which I said are in the party manifesto, but you also see in the NDCs. Now, what is happening is that the idea was that, okay, we receive mineral royalties. So can we have a way of receiving in advance the mineral royalties, which is going to come in the future, to the tune of about 500 billion? CSOs have also kicked against that. So the question is, where are we going to get the money from to implement it? That also becomes an issue. Now, when you look at the institutional dimensions, it is not much of an issue. Since 2013, the JCAP was implemented, Ghana Climate Ambitious Reporting Program. So there is a comprehensive structure on reporting on organizations who look at the various aspects of the reporting, the role of civil society, academia. They are in there, and then it is working perfectly. So the reports are damn timely, data is there. When you look at the social dimensions too, it is also supporting the implementation of our climate pledges. A lot of youth groups and then students and then young people, especially in the southern part of Ghana, are getting to know more of climate change. Journalists are being trained, capacity are being developed, they are doing stories on that. Universities are running programs in the area of sustainability and then climate change. A whole university was established just to focus on energy and natural resources. So these are the social and then the institutional dimensions are becoming the enablers, while the economic and then the political factors are heavy risks to the implementation of the NDCs of Ghana. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Gideon, for giving us a master class about the climate policy landscape in Ghana. But something very interesting happened at COP26 last year when the president was making his speech, and I'm just going to read out one of the interesting things from what he said. So the president had said that telling Ghana not to explore oil will be wholly unfair. He said Africa cannot abandon the abundant natural resources that the Almighty has blessed their lands with, adding that Ghana needs to rely on the same resources to finance the development and help the country to cope better with the threat of climate change. And I think that sentiment is pretty much across board. Most African countries, developing countries, especially those who rely on fossil fuel to enable their, the financials. The books are read across board, and Ghana is trying to invest in new oil and gas ventures right now. I think they're trying to get about 30% stake in one oil and gas company, spending about $1.6 billion in Ghana, and that happened about the same time we were at COP26. So that you mentioned stuff that there are institutional strategies, there are political dimensions, but the most important thing is the numbers that enables this. Because if you make climate ambitions, it's important for you to look at the financials that helps to make it work or not make it work. What are the numbers saying? And if the current trajectory continue, and Ghana still continue to invest in oil and gas business because it needs to finance its development, and this is a clash with climate ambitions, what do you think will happen in the next couple of years if fossil fuel or whatever becomes stranded and Ghana isn't able to get on?
Okay, so thank you very much. So that is an issue. So what is happening is that the Ghana had its first oil licensing rounds, and then it was successful to some extent, but experts say that it is the rate at which it could have been successful was reduced because of the sentiment of investors, issues around climate change. So investors are careful on where to invest and then all that. So in recent times, Ghana is doing a lot of road shows trying to woo investors to come into the country, and then it is becoming difficult. Now the country has put together an energy and is developing a national energy transition plan, and a team is in place. And the signal which has been said even by the vice president is that any kind of development, yes, we are going to do our bit to ensure that we protect the climate, but if it is going to put our development in limbo, that is not going to be that. So they are giving an indication that natural gas is going to play a dominant role going forward. So that is how it looks like. And then Ghana is also trying as much as possible to partner. So there is a group of Africa Oil Petroleum, so the Africa Oil Petroleum Group, and then together with the Afri-Exim Bank, they are trying to see how they can mobilize resources by themselves. And then if nobody is going to buy the oil, find demand in Africa for that. So that is also on the side. But you also realize that there are also external factors influencing some of the program of actions that are done. For instance, if you look at one of them, which has to do with the afforestation, for instance, you realize that though, yes, the nation has the potential to grow more forest to protect its forest, the other angle is that Ghana is also looking at how they can raise money from these foreign countries to be able to find a way of financing its development.
I mean, I was going to allow you to say all of this, but I think people would catch every other thing in the report when we share with you all. So thank you very much, Gideon, because we need to get to Kingsley and then we go on to the next things to do. So thank you very much, Gideon, for giving us that feel. We hope that the process will improve in Ghana. So Kingsley, Nigeria, you and Dr. Basanjo had done this research to look at the Nigerian realities and to review the visibility of the ambitions. And Nigeria has got a lot of interesting policy developments since COP26. Gideon, people are waiting. Let's hear you out the result from the research from Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. Presenting these reports on behalf of myself and Dr. Oyedele, who is currently in Canada. All right, we worked on...
Sorry, can I get them to project the slides that you...
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a slide, so you could...
So we worked on the visibility of Nigeria's pledge under the Paris Agreement. We looked at, first of all, the ambition under the first NDC of 2015, which was formally deposited in 2017. and we looked at the updated NDC, that's the revised NDC of 2021, which was deposited on the 31st of July 2021. And we must say that the Nigeria's pledge is highly ambitious. Nigeria pledged to reduce our greenhouse emission by 47% with foreign support, and without foreign support, Nigeria pledged to reduce our greenhouse emission by 20%. And the large chunk of the 20% comes from ending of gas flaring by the year 2030. And during the COP26, our president made a pledge, which is the LTV, the long-term vision of Nigeria, which is to the fact that Nigeria pledged to become carbon net zero neutral by the year 2060. And these are ambitious pledges. And these are things that, if they are materialized, will actually help Nigeria achieve a lot. And we actually give it to the country in terms of political will. Since 2015, there have been radical change in our climate change policies. Within the period of 2015 and now, Nigeria made her commitment under the Paris Agreement. Nigeria came up with the flare gas regulation of 2018. Nigeria came up with a revised NDC. Nigeria equally came up with the Climate Change Act of 2021. All this shows that there is a good political will in terms of ending the issue of climate change. However, in our report, we scored Nigeria medium in terms of political commitment, despite the existence of all these legal framework, which are ambitious. We find out that, number one, the existing policy, which is the Climate Change Act, which is no longer a policy but a law, is actually very, very ambitious, but failed to capture a fundamental issue, which is the issue of human rights. There is no human right-based approach in our climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation measures. However, there exists climate change gender policy, which deals on the issue of women and gender issues. But that is merely a policy. That policy was never incorporated in the Act, and as such, it can't be binding on any organization or anybody in the process of implementing the law. And secondly, the political climate of Nigeria, we all know, is ridden with the issue of corruption. And this corruption stands as a huge barrier towards attaining our climate change obligations, especially from a political perspective. And we also know that there is an ongoing issue of insecurity in Nigeria. And this is also a big threat to actualizing our targets under the Paris Agreement. Then on the angle of economy and social, we actually, please next. We actually rated Nigeria low in terms of economy and social. For the economic aspect, we rated Nigeria low because climate financing in Nigeria is largely dependent on foreign support. And we know that currently, Nigeria has a huge debt profile, which amounts to over 40 trillion naira. And we know that the 2023 budget that had just been presented to the National Assembly also has a deficit of about 8 trillion naira, which means that if we add the existing debt profile, we are going to have over 50 trillion naira debt profile for Nigeria at the moment, which means that the bulk of our efforts in achieving our pledge under the Paris Agreement in our NDC lies mainly on foreign support. And the challenge we have now is that the foreign support is not even. At the present, normally, annually we generate about $100 billion from foreign support for the whole of Africa. And if you disburse this fund to the whole of Africa, you will find out that it will not even be able to help any of these countries to meet with their targets. Presently, in Nigeria, we have a huge climate challenge that we did not even budget for. The flooding that is happening now in Nigeria were not even captured in our estimations for climate funding. And as such, whatever funding arrangement that we have has been destabilized with this current flooding going on in Nigeria. Then on the social aspect, we find out that we conducted a survey in Nigeria and we discovered that 6 out of 10 Nigerians do not know about climate change. They don't even know about climate change. And research also shows that in terms of implementation of our approaches, many of these people that we rely on are actually people that are suffering from the effects of climate change. For example, you want, our target says that by the year 2030, we will phase out the use of kerosene stove, and we will now move to more sustainable cook stoves. But the question is, the liquefied gas that people use for cooking has skyrocketed to the point that it has become a rich man product. And you expect a small farmer to leave wood fuel and use gas when gas ordinarily is over 10 times the price of buying charcoal in the market. It doesn't actually add up. Then you also expect that SMEs should use solar panels for their businesses. The small Tiger generator that we want to phase out by 2030 is sold for 20,000, 35,000.
Things are expensive now. You need to confirm.
But when you compare that with a solar panel, the least you can see for any good product will be at the range of 200,000 naira and above. So how do you expect this person to move from a pass my neighbor generator to a more sustainable solar panel? You see that there is a disconnect between the society and the policy. Then we also find out that we have an ongoing population.
Sorry that I'm cutting you. You need to wrap so we could move on. Thank you.
All right. We have a growing population, and this also increases our carbon footprint on daily basis. Then we also have the issue of high urban migration in Nigeria. And this high urban migration is not evenly planned by the government. And as such, it makes our urban centers more choked and more prone to effects of climate change, and also being more sources of these greenhouse gases. And finally, on institutional framework, we discovered that Nigeria has also performed really well in the terms of institutions. We have the Department of Climate Change, which is the Nigeria focal point for climate for the Paris Agreement. We have the NEXRA. We also have the National Council, National Climate Change Council, which was recently established under the Climate Change Act of 2020. 2021. Then we have the Inter-Ministerial Committee that meets regularly on this issue of climate change. But we discovered that there is issue of duplicity of roles with all these agencies. We also discovered that some of these institutions also abdicate their responsibilities to other institutions. For example, under the Environmental Impact Assessment Act of 1992, the responsibility of performing environmental impact assessment is saddled under FEPA, the defunct FEPA, which it has been, all the functions of FEPA has been inherited by the NESRA. And now, this responsibility of EIA, for those of us who are involved in this process, you find out that it is Ministry of Environment that does EIA. However, statutorily, it is NESRA that ought to do EIA. And NESRA, in fact, there have been a litigation on this issue where somebody challenged EIA issued by a state government. And NESRA went to court to get a judgment that they are the sole body that would conduct EIA in Nigeria. But up until now, EIA is still being conducted under the Ministry of Environment. We must clear all these things because people can actually utilize these loopholes in order to evade responsibility in the process of implementing our targets under the Paris Agreement. And on a final note, I must say that our climate effort must be human-centered and not just reducing greenhouse gases, because we may reduce our greenhouse gases emission, but at the same time, we may not be able to protect man, which is the sole purpose of making of these laws. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow, thank you very much to you and to Dr. Obasanjo for that dive into the Nigeria's climate pledges and all of those things. We would have loved to listen, to the end of today about the realities of the stuff, but we can't because we've got other panel and other discussions to have today. So thank you very much. I think one takeaway from Nigeria, Ghana, and the Gambia is that at the end of everything, there is heavy reliance on financial support from international community, which may not come anytime soon. So it's important for us to start thinking about how do we hold our destinies and take things to charge. But of course, the research will be made public before the end of today, and people could download. And then, of course, if you registered, you will get a copy via your mailbox. You'll see all of the research and what folks have been up to. It's been about 10 months for this research, and glad that it's happening today. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, moderating this session, and thank you.
Another round of applause for the team. Very, very brilliant discussion. And like the last speaker said, climate effort must be human-centered. I agree totally. Everyone here has done a great job listening, and of course, we appreciate you for that. It's time for tea break. This will be very brief, please. Say 25, 30 minutes so we can have the other sessions and then wrap up the whole event in good time. Thank you very much, everyone. So let's have tea break now, and then we'll be back. Thank you. I hope tea break was good. Was tea break good? Or rather, was tea good? Only one person. Okay, so let's quickly do something. I just hope that it will get us a bit ready for the session. So I'm going to scream CJID climate change, and then you're going to say road to COP27. Can we do that? Okay. Now the most audible person in the room will get something. Yes. I'm serious. The most audible person will get something. All right, so let's do this. CJID Climate Change Summit. Road to COP27. It's not so clear. I need to be sure. So let's do it one more time. Please be audible, let's bring down this roof. CJID Climate Change Media Summit. Road to COP27. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. I know the winner, don't worry. We'll actually get across to that person. Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome back to this session. Now, we're going to be talking about energy transition and the impacts of Russia-Ukraine crisis on energy transition. This session will be moderated by the Executive Director of CJID. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Toby Oluwatola.
Thank you very much, Ms. John. And a round of applause for our moderator. Okay. So thank you very much, everyone. So I'll just go without much ado and invite our speakers. Unfortunately, Dr. Abiba Dagash could not join us today. She has an urgent appointment came up where she is in the US. So I'll just keep her and go on to the first speaker, the former Minister of Power, Dr. Larry Babola. A round of applause for him, please. Our next speaker, Ms. Tengi George Ikoli. She's the Senior Programs Officer at the Natural Resource Governance Institute. Tengi. And finally, Mr. Amara Onwakpa, Director, Public Policy Initiative at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Foundation. You're welcome, Amara. All right. So first of all, I want to make some apologies. We flipped the agenda a little bit because we have certain constraints on this particular panel. So apologies to everyone for that. So one of the studies that CJID has done that we'll be releasing later today, it was conducted by Dr. Abiba Dagash, and I'll just speak to the broad strokes of it, was on the impact of the Russia-Ukraine crisis on energy transition in Nigeria. Many of us will recall about a month ago, the vice president released an energy transition plan for Nigeria that had certain ambitions in terms of what Nigeria wants to do regarding energy transition. But what has become apparent with the Russia-Ukraine crisis is that it's changed the landscape of energy transition a little bit. So what the study found was that obviously Russia is a major exporter of oil and gas, responsible for about 40% of Europe's consumption, and a large percentage of the production of both oil and gas and natural resources and other critical materials, even for the energy transition. So that has an impact. And with Europe trying to now replace that supply, there's an imperative to turn to other places. But, Africa, so they're looking to replace somewhere in the neighborhood of, I've got to remind myself of the numbers, but I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 600, I'll get the number later, BCM of gas. Africa can supply some of that, 200 BCM of gas, I believe. Africa can supply about 65 of that, mostly from Nigeria, Angola, and Algeria, but a lot of the capacity to supply that is either limited by the fact that in Algeria, for example, there's a lot of domestic utilization that constrains the ability to push some Europe's way with Nigeria. We have very limited capacity because we're locked in contracts that do not allow us supply some of that shortfall, and the projects that will bring more gas into on stream to supply some of that capacity will take decades to build. So there's a constraint there. So Africa isn't really, so there are conversations happening, but we haven't really picked up that slack significantly. But then it's also the study also found is that we've also seen a bit of a duplicity in the or what some might call hypocrisy in the approach of Europe at how that energy security all of a sudden just seems to trump the climate ambitions and some of the climate goals. But what the study also finds is that they are not exclusive, and that the two tracks can run concurrently, while, Europe is on the one hand, pushing an agenda to make sure it's energy secure because it's a life and death issue. They're also pushing an agenda to make sure that a lot of that security comes from renewable energy. The question is then, there is still, the opportunity still exists. How does Africa tap into some of these opportunities? And how do we make our own energy transition effective and solve our core problems? The same way Europe is using its energy transition problems to solve its core problems, how does Africa do that? And we couldn't have asked for a better panel to discuss these issues. So I will start with Tengi. So you wrote a blog earlier in the year where you were looking at the fiscal situation of all the states in Nigeria and what that means for our sustainability, and even how do we finance energy transition, and how do we even go forward given what becomes our economic reality in the context of a transition away from what used to be our main source of foreign exchange. Do you want to speak a little bit to that and what you believe, the impact of Russia-Ukraine crisis now is?
Thank you. Everyone can hear me? Yeah, okay, great. Can they not? Okay, thank you for that. Yes, okay, that's good now. So thank you for that question, Toby, and for referencing the blog that we developed, put out there with NRGI. So what that blog was looking at, which I alluded to earlier on in my presentation of the Goodwill message, was that Nigeria is obviously a fossil fuel dependent economy, and it has a lot of realities that it has to face when looking at this transition. It's been spoken about earlier on that you need to finance this transition, and where's the money going to come from? Nigeria is already facing a lot of internal crises at the federal level and also subnationally. So what we're looking at was saying that with these different challenges, how can Nigeria start to prepare for a future beyond oil? So what would that look like when the revenues are depleted, when subnationals no longer have recourse to those sort of revenues? How are we building out our fiscal resilience to ensure that we're not in that dire straits at that point? That's at a subnational level. And then at the federal level, how do we make sure that we're able to attract necessary funding that is needed to supply our energy access needs, resolve and reduce poverty, and ensure sustainable economic development? And those are very big questions that African countries are facing, because it's a stark reality that we don't have the revenues that we need to drive our governments and our economy as is. And then we have all these different opportunities and these different risks that we also need to contend with. With the Russia-Ukraine crisis, again, a sad state of events, obviously, it presented some discussions around opportunities for Nigeria now that it has determined that gas will be its transition fuel. Potentially revenues that could come from exporting our gas, and being able to serve the needs that Europe found themselves in. Challenge that we've seen since then is there has been increased engagements for and sourcing of resources, gas resources from Qatar, from US, but not so much from Nigeria. And the question is, why is that the case? Nigeria has not potentially been ready to evacuate some of that gas and also supply the gas, because we had ambitions to create connectivity pipelines network from Nigeria to Europe, which has been ongoing for decades and has not yet been realized. Nigeria has now energized that conversation and signed an MOU, but the problem is we are mapping out a solution for a problem that is happening now, while Europe has seen that it needs to resolve its energy security needs now. It's looking to renewables for the future. As Nigeria starts to plan for a past, put in place things that it should have done in the past, for now, it is now putting those things in place now for a future where there will likely be stranded assets, because that demand that you're planning to fill will have evolved and potentially gone to renewables. So we need to be very careful about how we're spending our scarce resources and not map out problems or map out solutions for the now in the future. So there's a mismatch. So Nigeria has to really think about what the best way is to use its resources and to make sure that whatever decisions are being made would actually fit when those things come on stream. So we need to, there are low-hanging fruits, but as Toby has already mentioned, there are contracts that Nigeria has already signed into. We don't have a lot of that gas available to just send up to Europe, for instance, to take advantage of those opportunities. So we need to be careful not to lock ourselves into contracts, into infrastructure that will likely not yield the economic benefits because we're starting too late.
If you don't mind if I interrupt you a little bit, because
sure,
I still want to come back to you in a moment.
Okay.
But I want to hear from Dr. Babalola. Nigeria has released an energy transition plan. You were Minister of Power. You know some of the constraints in the, so we're, some of the things that we're aspiring to do is that by 2030, we want to end energy poverty and put in 42 gigawatts of power. Can you share, because, and you were in the office, you know, we didn't get there, you know, how do we get there between now and 2030? And what are the constraints that hinder us getting there, either from gas or renewables?
Well, thank you very much, Toby. Before I talk about how we get there, I just want to add to what Tengi just said in terms of the fiscal aspect of the power problem or the energy problem in Nigeria, not just power alone. There's a propensity to place emphasis on revenues in Nigeria, and that's only one aspect of the fiscal equation. The other part is the expenditure. What do we spend that money on? We make money to spend on something, whether it's to build roads, to invest in all the infrastructure, including power. But time and again, we've seen that we've failed to deliver on those projects that we undertake. So when we look at the whole thing, it's beyond, you look at Nigeria beyond oil. I'm not so worried about the revenue side as I am on the expenditure side. How do we fund things going forward? How do we, for instance, in a world that is combustion engine free, how do we move forward as a nation? How do we move things? How do we transport human and goods and so on and so forth? That for me is a much bigger challenge, and I'll come back to this later. But going back to the point that Toby, the specific question about how do we achieve the power component of the transition plan, I think we need to be very realistic. I've seen in a number of publications talking about a very ambitious program to achieve net zero emissions by 2060. Realistically, I mean, if we struggle to add
usable 1,000 megawatts every year. And we're saying that by 2030, we're going to transit everybody from traditional fuel, diesel, kerosene, and so on, by 2030. That's only 8 years away. The implication of that for us is that, as underlying Toby's question, is that we're going to introduce about 6.3, no, let me talk in language we all understand, no gigawatts. 6,300 megawatts of distributed generation, 42,000 megawatts into the grid. We're going to deploy new 42,000 megawatts into the grid. Now, over the last, when I was in office, we struggled to get to 6,000 megawatts. We had installed capacity of about 10,000 megawatts, and we struggled to get operating capacity from 4,000 to 6,000 megawatts. And we're saying that over the next 8 years, we're going to get to 42,000 megawatts. I think what we have done is just walk backwards and say that for us to achieve this goal, this pledge of net zero emissions, this is how much we need to do. I was talking to David earlier. I said, let's put things in perspective. The energy transition plan will cost Nigeria about $2 trillion, so to speak, looking at just 5 sectors: power, oil and gas, transport, cooking, and industries. Just 5. At $2 trillion, a trillion, I'm not very good at maths, but I think I understand numbers. That's roughly 700 trillion naira for every $1 trillion. So we need 2 of those. Is that 1.4 gazillion or whatever it is? Realistically, let's just take 1 trillion because that's an easy number to work with, 700 trillion naira. The federal government's budget in any given year is only 20 trillion. More than half of that money goes to salaries, to recurrent expenditure. Less than 20% on capital projects. So that means if we set aside the whole budget to deliver on this energy promise, this pledge, it will take us 35 years. And we need twice that, so we're talking about 70 years. Now, that's on the expenditure side. Realistically, and this is a conversation I've had with people over time, we do not pay enough attention to the demand side. It's wonderful to have 42,000 megawatts if you can deliver it, but who's going to take it? Where are the industries? Where's the offtake? And that's a bigger challenge for us. If we're struggling today with 6,000 megawatts, because a lot of discos disconnect some states, some communities for load rejection, or based on load rejection. So that means there's too much power, they just can't find consumers. So we think that because we have 200 million people, we look at South Africa and say that if they have 40-something thousand megawatts, we're 4 times the size of South Africa, we can do it. Realistically, where's that power going to go to? So that for me is the big challenge. Where is the demand?
Dr. Babalola, I'll come back to you, and it's a very important question that you raised. Where is the demand? But before we try to get to the solutions and some of the answers, Amara, you and I were just chatting broadly about Nigeria's energy transition. Now, Dr. Babalola highlighted 5 areas of the energy transition. Tengi has spoken a little bit to the oil and gas. He's spoken a little bit to the power. Could you tell us a little bit about, some of the imperatives and some of the issues that we might face where clean cooking is concerned, transportation is concerned, and what are some of the policy positions we have now versus where we ought to be?
Well, I've just got to say that when you look at energy, right, you can take 2 views. You can take energy as revenue, which is predominantly the position of the government in Nigeria, where hydrocarbons are extracted from the ground. They're fiscalized. Fiscalized means that they are sold in the market and converted into government revenue. And then that's what funds government expenditure in the country, or majority of it. Then there is energy that drives the economy. This is energy that is consumed locally, that is used to drive infrastructure, that is used to drive economic life, productivity, and so on. Now, when it comes to policy making in Nigeria, energy as revenue trumps energy as fuel for economic development. In conversations, in policy making, when you look at the nitty-gritty of it, we are focused on how do we turn this oil into money? How do we turn this gas into money? Not how do we use it to drive economic activity? How do we use it to lift people out of poverty? And perhaps that's one of the biggest key legs when you look at also our national transition plan and national energy transition plan. Because even though it pays homage to we want to lift 100 million people out of poverty, we're still looking at, how do we convert this thing into money? And that's where the Ukraine-Russia war comes in for us. Now, unfortunately for us, this war is happening at a time when we are not prepared to cash in. So there is higher oil prices, there's higher demand for gas. We can't take advantage. It's not showing in the bottom line. People are calling Nigeria, they've come here to beg us and say, look, how can we squeeze just a little bit more oil from you? How can we squeeze just a little bit more gas? And we say, sorry, we can't. The fields are mature, the things are not happening, oil theft is going on. We don't have enough infrastructure to give you more gas. We can't cash in from a revenue perspective. From an energy to drive the economy perspective, it's paying for us. If you haven't noticed already, how many people have noticed that the price of diesel has tripled? How many people are paying more for service charge, supplementary charge? How many of you have had their generators turned off? Move from 24/7 electricity to 6 to 6. We are plenty. So the effect is that it's biting us. Whereas you were used to having at least supplementary power, backup generator power for 24/7. Now you have to make do for half or so. Some offices at the height of it shut down prematurely. They'll close at 3. Some shut down at 2 because there was just no money to keep the diesel going. So when we don't have the capacity to consume these hydrocarbons within the country, these things show up as cost for us. Now, when we talk about energy transition plan, and I like the fact that I came after the Honorable Minister, he talked about what we use our money for. So when we eventually if we succeed to sell more gas to Europe, who's still our biggest customer, they're still, that's not going to change. When we sell this oil to them, the money that we get from selling this oil, what do we use it for? Now, somebody said election. God bless you. But more importantly, we use it for purposes that do not drive us in the direction that our stated policy says we are going. I'll give you a good example, fuel subsidy. Majority of our budgetary revenue is going into keeping petrol at a given price. This is in the same country where you have an energy planning tool, integrated energy planning tool, that tells you that you need to subsidize access to solar home systems, SHS, or to mini-grid systems. There is $25 billion of a bill that if you put it in those aspects of economy, at least you will be able to achieve total electrification of Nigeria. That's what it's telling you. You are not investing in that. You are investing in continuing to support dependence on fossil fuel. What you realize is any dollar that you spend on fuel subsidy is dollar that you don't have to fund your energy transition. That's what it is. There's an opportunity cost. So the more you spend money in a direction, there is a cost to it. And it's the cost we are paying now. It is the cost that we will continue to pay if we do not change, our direction. Finally, the war in Ukraine, in this energy situation, what we call it is a shock. In energy market is very volatile. That's the nature of the energy market. There will always be shocks. Iraq war will come. Somebody will do something. They will sanction Iran, or somebody, and there will be a shock. Oil prices will go up, but Nigeria does not have any policy to manage these shocks. When the oil prices go up, we can't take advantage of it. When the oil prices go down, we don't have a way to manage and cushion the effect of less revenue. So we don't have a way to stabilize ourselves while the energy markets are going up and down, which is what they've done since 1970s till now. So Ukraine is not new. Things like this will continue to happen. As we proceed in implementing our energy transition plan to 2060, it will happen more often. And so we need to prepare ourselves to deal with the shocks. Save when you have the money and spend when the prices go down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amara. Good points to end it on. I want to shift gears a little bit and get into what are some of the solutions/opportunities that the crisis and the energy transition plan presents. And one of the things that the study that Abiba did also put forward is that on two fronts, Russia contributes a lot of the critical materials, both for oil and gas, but also for the energy transition, for solar, for lithium ion, and so on and so forth. So things like lithium, manganese, cobalt, and whatnot. So if that's going to be shifting, if there's an energy transition, there needs to be other places where those critical materials are mined. And Tengi, I just wanted to see, is that something that can you speak to whether or not Nigeria is positioning or has positioned to take advantage of that, and how might we?
For the opportunities that are presented by the energy transition plan, that's something that I alluded to in the beginning. So around diversification, what options does Nigeria have to start to look at possible alternatives that it can use and leverage to potentially, with this problem of problem of earning more, so that it can spend more judiciously. For instance, there is a whole value chain around solid minerals and mining. We know about the legacy challenges that we've had in that sector in terms of the conflicts that have arisen in terms of that space. So one of the things that had come up from our conversations at the national dialogue that we had a number of weeks ago was that, yes, there are opportunities around this that Nigeria can leverage, but there are legacy issues already around this that Nigeria has to resolve first. So there are conflict issues that if we continue to ramp up this exploitation of minerals, we need to resolve those issues, because as Nigeria seeks to become a producer of energy, especially around renewables, and also produce those components in country, it would have to make sure that it creates an enabling environment that attracts the sort of investments that we need to invest into that space. And also, we have to make sure that the legacy issues around conflicts, like what we've seen in Zamfara, what we've seen in Oshu, are resolved, so that we don't just now replicate that across Nigeria. And we make sure that the same challenges that we have seen in terms of the Niger Delta, and how in the degradation, environmental degradation, and the conflicts, are not transferring beneficiation from those resources around oil and gas that are not repeated again, so that we don't have similar pockets around the country. So in summation, what I'm just saying is that as we are looking to take advantage of the minerals in the mining sector, we need to make sure that we're able to translate the revenues and the benefits that we get for those in those communities, for one. We need to make sure that we do not replicate the same legacy challenges around conflicts in those regions. And we also need to make sure that we're able to translate those benefits into increased job opportunities that actually benefit Nigerians.
Thank you very much, Tengi. Now, I want to come back to Dr. Babalola, because I know you think a lot about some of the solutions to these problems. And one of the conversations that you and I have been having is around, and you alluded to earlier, is around the demand side. How do we stimulate the demand side? Amara said something earlier that the energy transition that Nigeria needs is actually from things like firewood to clean cooking, and that's the transition we need, an energy transition that takes us from subsistence to productive use of electricity and of energy. And I'm curious, what are some of the solutions that we need to, the internal things that we need to solve? There are issues about even the gas. So Algeria's problem is that they are using all their gas domestically. We are not using we just want to turn it to money, like Amara said. How do we use more of these things domestically? Because there's a problem that can happen. If, like Tengi said earlier, even if we go on and build all the infrastructure, we go mine all the frontier fields and whatnot, and in 8 years or 10 years, Europe doesn't need the energy again. What happens to all the new gas that we're now generating if we haven't done our domestic work? So can you speak to some of those issues that we can do? What are some of the policy changes that we can do on the domestic front to increase to spend money on the right things and increase productivity?
Thank you very much, Toby, once again. Over the years, I've had cause to reflect deeply on the situation in the country, especially when it comes to infrastructure and so on. And I think sometimes we talk on very high levels, all these platitudes. We just need to be very, very frank with ourselves. We are failing, and if we're not careful, we will be deemed to have failed completely. When I say we're failing to address our own needs. When I was in office, I was very curious. Being the sort of person that I am, I took it upon myself to go into the creeks as well to understand when you have vandalism, when you have theft and so on and so forth. I wanted to know exactly what they do with this thing. And the first thing that struck me when I saw a gas pipeline blown up, and it was quite clear to me that you cannot steal gas. So that's just willful destruction. But oil, in the process of stealing something from gas, you can halt gas production. You want the condensate. When you strip the liquids, you can stop the production. Anyway, long story short, followed the gas from Nigeria to LNG, to Spain, Portugal, Japan, and so on and so forth. So what do they use this gas for? That is, because we have, at that time, I was under so much pressure to deliver on the 6,000 megawatts that we were about 400 megawatts short at some point, and that required about 100 million scoff of gas. We have a pipeline in Nigeria that evacuates about 2 billion scoff of gas per day. So we said to the president that we need an additional 200 megawatts to have a cushion. And that, I couldn't understand why we couldn't take the gas from that pipeline. Because essentially you have 2 billion scoff leaving the country every single day, going to processing to be shipped out of the country, and you're short in your own country. This issue of fiscalization and your own needs. We don't care about Nigeria. Let's be very frank. We really don't care. We just talk. It's just policies and we go home, and the money comes in, we do what we like with it, whether it's election, whether it's elephant projects, whatever we do with it. We don't care at all.
For subsidy.
Yeah, so what happens essentially is that you discover that the same gas, Nigeria is shut down today. We don't produce anything. We produce next to nothing. The same gas that leaves Nigeria goes to those countries, and when the vessel gets there, they just basically plug the hose and regasify LNG to go into the power station. That's what they use the gas for. So initially I thought that maybe they produce something of such intrinsic value beyond what we did in Nigeria, and we can make money from that and do some wonders in Nigeria. But no, alas, no, nothing like that. It's just to run their own power stations, create jobs for their own people, and whilst we allow our own youth to go unemployed. Very simple. And once we actually understand that, so this issue of whether policy in place, how do you address all this, we know what to do. The problems are very simple. Whether it is the real transition, we didn't need the world to tell us that you need to transit. there's more asthmatic cases in Nigeria today because of effluents produced by all these generators, respiratory problems all over the place. You don't need anybody to tell you those things. So the real transition should have started a long time ago. Whether you're talking about traditional fuel, dirty fuel, you need to close your gap. Africa accounts for 70% of the population of the world. In terms of energy consumption, is 3%. There's no other continent that has such humongous gap between population and energy consumption. So again, you're not doing anything at all. So maybe we just sit back and look at it. I said to someone jokingly, although I'll tell you, let me just take a couple of minutes to narrate this particular conversation. I said that when we say energy, to us in Nigeria and Africa, it means fire.
You can also use this to wrap up your...
Yes, I will do.
I'll do.
So I said
wrapping up now.
It's fire. Fire to cook. It's just basically cook. Because you don't die without... If you don't have access to energy, you don't die. Or unlike Europe and the West, they do die if they don't have power. If they don't have energy. Because whether it's hypothermia, whether hospitals shutting down, people do die. But in Nigeria, by and large, we don't die. And so it's a luxury that some people have decided that we shouldn't have. We'd rather sell it to the West and bring the money back home and do other things. That's what they told us. That's the story they sold to us. But in reality, that is not what happens. So in terms of what needs to be done, if you want to be very, very specific, you can look at closing the gap, increasing access to modern energy, reducing losses, making the economy more competitive. All those things are known. So I don't want to spend too much time, but I just want us to focus on the most important thing, the political economy. Now, how do we get this right? If we don't get this right, very soon Nigeria's population will hit 300 million people, and we won't have energy to even run our cars. It's more of an existential threat. It's dire. And let us not fool ourselves and use platitudes to say that, fiscal this, I want more demand here and there. The truth of the matter is that it is an existential threat for me, the way I say, because I know numbers, I like numbers. And it is not one that should make us, at the end of the day, sleep comfortable at night. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, you did. Amara, final words.
Well, I think from this conversation, it's pretty clear that the state and society in Nigeria are in a toxic relationship. So the state wants one thing, society wants another, and there is no constructive conversation happening between the state and society. Even the energy transition plan was not built by having honest conversation with stakeholders about what their energy challenges were, what their energy expectations were, what their dreams and visions and so on. All of this was built in the minds of the elite, put together as a response to COP, and something that we shine before the world and say, give us money to do something that looks like a plan. It is not speaking to the needs of the road transport union workers who you want to move their molue into electric buses. It's not speaking, people are laughing, it is not speaking to the mama puts in the market who is cooking with firewood. It's not speaking to the 300 bakeries in Jigawa State who use firewood, who burn 1 tree a day to make bread. 300 bakeries in just one state alone. That's 108,000 trees every year. You haven't gone to that bakery association and said, look, how do we transition you? What can we do to make your transition easy? You haven't had that conversation because the state in Nigeria doesn't have those conversations with citizens. It tells you, here is my plan, whether you like it or not. And Nigerians say, okay, fine. If you can pay me, I will do it. If not, I will not do anything. But climate action is collective action. You cannot do it alone. The state, no matter how powerful, needs the cooperation of society, needs the cooperation of citizens to take climate action. Energy transition is a collective action. You need everybody rowing in the same direction. So this approach of the state saying we are going to hold on to our revenue and we are going to use our revenue and then you are going to figure out how you manage yourself, it's not going to work. The state needs to begin to build a constructive relationship with society. We need to have those honest conversations where we say, look, what would it take to move you from A to B? The cost will drop. This thing we are talking about, 2 trillion, 400 billion above this thing. All of these are bills that can be settled by Nigerians if we are all bought into the process. Nigerians will figure out we are smart, we are intelligent, we are capable, we're able to devise these things on our own if we are given an opportunity. But we need a relationship with state that inspires us, that motivates us, that brings us together. And if we have that ingredient, then we can now begin to speak to our true energy needs. Energy is for society. It's not for state. Energy is for society. And therefore, energy has to be about society. That's my final word.
Thank you very much, Amara. And Tangi, do you have any final words?
Okay, thank you. It's similar to what everyone else has been saying. So there's a mismatch in terms of what the government plans to do and what it says it will do. And there's a mismatch in terms of what it actually does. We mentioned different things around payments for subsidies, putting money into infrastructure projects that will not benefit us in the long run. So while we're talking about government having to earn money, we also have to advocate that the money that government is earning, it's actually spent in a way that benefits us. We have an opportunity now with where the country is. We have a new government coming in next year. We have an opportunity to put on the front burner the need for a different approach. Everything that has been discussed today has to be highlighted when we're engaging with the promises and the manifestos that are being put out in terms of what our future will look like. We have to make sure that everything that has been discussed today is incorporated so that we can have a change. Because as we've talked at different points today, we are at a climate emergency, and we don't have an option to continue doing business as usual. We have to do something different. And we have to make sure that everything that is known now becomes actual and practiced instead of just discussed. Thank you.
Thanks, Tangi. I think on that note, we will wrap it up, except Dr. Any last words, or you're good? So on that note, we'll wrap it up. I think it's very interesting that the last point is the point that really addresses, because there are a lot of media people, journalists in this room, it's your role to sort of set the agenda and make sure that that conversation between the state and the people does happen. We go out to the field, investigate the needs of the people, we'll put it out there, use it to set the agenda. It's important. You play a role, a very critical role in bridging that nexus. So thank you very much, everyone. And thanks to our speakers.
CJID. Please, a round of applause for Tosin Alegbe as she comes forward. You know, this conversation is very important. You know, we'll talk about the gender issue, you know, in every issue. Like Data Five said in one of their trainings, if you don't talk about the gender issue, you've actually not talked about the issue. Very much. Thank you, Tosin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tosin Alegbe, and it's a pleasure to do this. I'll be standing in for Sola Jibola, who is unfortunately not able to do this. So I'd like to kindly invite my co-panelists to join me on stage. First up is Alisa Endek. I'm sure she's online. Alisa, if Hello? Okay, so that because we have just 25 minutes here, I don't want to beat about the bush with context and background, which I know that we know. Gender issues are very important, climate issues are very important. So I'd like to start by asking Alisa to kindly speak to the research work that the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development and the Johns Hopkins University had co-worked together. I give you about 5 minutes to just speak to that research, and we ask questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be here today to present the findings of the research of climate change, the impact of climate change on female farmers in Nigeria and Ghana. I won't give too much background on the research, but I do want to note that our findings and recommendations are the culmination of desk research, 117 direct informant interviews with female farmers, 15 focus group discussions, and 25 key informant interviews, which were all conducted by the CJID staff. So a big thing last year. So to begin, I quickly want to discuss the motivation for the research, why we are all here today ahead of COP27, which is that female farmers are more vulnerable to climate change than their male counterparts. Women represent the majority of the world's impoverished population, but are proportionally more dependent on threatened national resources for their livelihoods. According to a 2018 World Bank report, women account for 70% of the agriculture sector in West and Central Africa, with only 30% of these women owning land and 14% claiming sole ownership. According to the United Nations, family farmers produce 80% of food globally, but will bear the brunt of the effects of climate change, especially as erratic weather and population growth exacerbate food insecurity. Limited access to environmental goods and negligible participation in decision-making bodies make female farmers less likely to be able to confront the severe effects of climate change. In our research, we found that female farmers in Ghana and Nigeria face unprecedented barriers in combating climate change due to social inequities, patriarchal norms, and increasing erratic and unpredictable weather. Female farmers are severely disadvantaged by the double burden of time. They are mothers and caretakers. They produce and sell their crops, and they are responsible for all traditional house duties, a burden not felt by their male counterparts. Women are challenged by increasing weather volatility and adverse farming conditions, and they also lack access to agricultural resources such as education and training, technology, and they are met with unmaintained extension services. So I will go over quickly our findings. I'm not going to read off every bullet point for the sake of time, and I want to honor every other panel's time here today. But specifically in Ghana, female farmers noted that the top priority for combating climate change is financial assistance, new varieties of climate-resistant crops, and access to climate technologies. I do want to note the issue of land ownership under agriculture. Women's land rights are absolutely essential for women's empowerment, poverty reduction, and climate resilience, and for combating food insecurity. In Nigeria, female farmers noted that the top priority for combating climate change is climate-smart technology, financial assistance, and educational training. Here, I quickly want to reinforce the governance and policy bullet point, the enforcement gap. So many key informant interviewees and female farmers noted that while there are policies in Nigeria that tackle the effects of climate change on agriculture, they seldom have a gender-sensitive view, and they are noted that it's not being implemented at the local level in agricultural regions. So once again, as with the other reports, the final report will be out soon, so you can read our recommendations in depth, our explanations on implementation. As I mentioned before, in Nigeria, financial assistance and technology is what female farmers responded they believe that will help them. I do want to note that the CICE Women Lead used pre-existing frameworks and institutions in Nigeria and also Ghana, I will get to that, to just augment basically women's voices and women's needs in these pre-existing programs. So in Ghana, financial assistance, new varieties of climate-resistant crops, and technology were the top 3 areas. And similarly to Nigeria, we try to utilize already existing frameworks to simply just amplify women's needs in these sectors and just emphasize gender lens to climate change in both countries. While the findings and recommendations of our research are country specific, our research reflects a broader need to enact gender sensitive initiatives in the government and private sector. Women are the backbone of the agricultural economy in both Nigeria and Ghana. As the climate crisis worsens and food insecurity increases, it is imperative that government policies protect and uplift female farmers to ensure a safe and secure future for all. And I am happy to answer any more specific questions about our research, but I will unshare our screen so we can get to our other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elisa, and well done. Thank you to you and your team for this great research. I'll come back to you so that let me have them talk to other panelists and we'll get back to you with questions. I'd like to start first with Abdul Karim. You're very critical to this research, one of data collectors, and you are an agriculture reporter for Premium Times. And my question to you is, I'm sure from your data gathering and from your research, you probably saw women are very critical players in agriculture, especially in rural spaces. We know these things, but can you speak to your experience? What was your experience on the field? What is the role of women in rural spaces per climate change? What roles do they have to play?
Thank you very much for the question. Basically, like we all know, in agricultural value chain, women plays a great role in terms of food production in the country. They grow arrays of crops, vegetables, likewise in the terms of cereals, grain production, and all of that. But as a result of the issue of the climate change, we found out that the issue of droughts, weather fluctuations, and the likes has greatly impacted on their livelihood and has also hindered most women from carrying out these roles effectively and efficiently. And in the course of collecting the data, myself, I traveled to Lagos State and Ogun State for this particular research, while my colleagues traveled to other states. I observed that quite a number of the women don't really understand the concept of climate change. They don't really know whether some of those changes they've observed in the pattern of crop production that they have been experiencing on the field is as a result of climate change. So by the time you are asking them that what is climate change, they will just be looking at you, what is this one even saying? But we had to devise a means of collecting the data by asking them arrays of questions that clearly shows the impact, that clearly points to the fact that, yeah, this is as a result of climate change. Where sometimes, like we know, some of them, they have this mindset wired that, okay, within this period to this period, we should be expecting abundance of rainfall. And all of a sudden, when we have experienced the first rainfall, they jump to the farm to plant, then the rain stops. All the crops they planted will just die off. So, like the NIMET official was speaking, I was listening to him initially. I used to follow the seasonal climate change report and what the predictions are like. But it happens to be that most of the rural farmers, like we all know, don't really understand the grammar, all of these things that you speak. So apparently there's a need to break down some of these in local languages that women in rural communities really need to understand and implement on the field. But largely these women are not really getting this information, which also brings the issue of extension services in Nigeria. What are their roles? Apparently there's a shortfall of that, and it's evident in the collection of our data that these women don't really understand what climate change is and some of those key things they need to do in order to keep food production afloat in the cause of trying to boycott the devastating effect of climate change. I think that's what I can say for now.
Thank you very much, Abdul Karim. Ms. Akosa, I'd like to ask, at the moment, it seems like climate change is the, in quotes, star issue, is the issue on ground now. Everybody's talking about it. COP27 is coming, climate change, climate change. Why is it important for us to speak to gender issues as they relate to climate change? Why do we need to situate gender issues in climate change?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very important for us to actually begin to look at climate change beyond the science of it, because at the initial stage when climate change issues started coming up, a lot of people think of it as a science thing and as if it's something that is really far away from human beings. But there's a need to put a human face to it, because at the end of the day, the impacts affect men and women differently based on what we do in terms of our gender roles. So it became very imperative for us to start looking at this. Sorry, it's okay. Is it fine now? Can you hear me? Okay, it became very important for us to start looking at those impacts. For instance, the reason why everybody's shouting now, it's really because of the level of floodings that we are really experiencing. And I keep telling people, this is not the first time it has happened in this country. In 2012, we had this terrible flooding too, and it affected 34 states. Now we are just having 33, if I'm correct. And about 7.7 million were affected. These are things that were documented in 2012. NEMA documented it, and we had a series of engagements on some of these things and what needed to be done. As at that time, then now again, down the line here today, we're having the same issue coming up. So it became very important, because when we see the devastation, the way it's affecting men and women, the way people had to leave their houses, the way families have been scattered, then it stares us in the eyes that this is not just about science. At the end of the day, whatever sciences you put on the table, it boils down to men and women living in their houses who are being affected. And what do we need to do? So we need, in finding solutions to this, it's very important we sit men and women down to ask them what actually is their needs. Just like the last speaker said, have we really sat people down to ask them the most important questions? It's not about high-level top thing that will sit at conferences and start talking. It's really about going into our communities and asking questions. What is happening here? How have you been affected? Yeah, we're all seeing it in the newspapers. We are seeing it on television. We are seeing waters almost at the roof level. But then the question is, who are these people living in those houses? Are they still alive? Even if they're out of it, where are they? What are they experiencing? What about schooling of their children? How do we deal with the houses? Where will we relocate them to, so that we can have acting citizens who are okay, who are fine, who have the peace of mind to help us propel economic growth? Because at the end of the day, if we are in this country, you don't have active human resources that can help you to power your economic growth. At the end of the day, we are all bad for it. So it's very important that we actually look at the gender aspect of climate change in terms of how does it affect men? How does it affect women? What are these gender roles that is changing as a result of climate change? What will be the implications, and how are we looking at it from social aspect? How are we looking at it from the economic aspect? Because at the end of the day, if the whole country is affected by flood and people could not go to work, you understand what that means? If people could not access healthcare centers, a lot of healthcare centers have been inundated. And ask me, we don't have enough primary healthcare centers, talk more of enough doctors to deal with health issues. Now we have flooding destroying all of that. People in that community that have been submerged, where will they get health facilities? Who will attend to their health needs? And we also know that in these times, actually, when things like this happen, the issue of water and sanitation is there. How do people cope? And when you have problems and challenges with water and sanitation, we know that there is possibility of a breakout of diseases. These are issues. And then what kind of diseases are we talking? Who are the people that will take care of people who have all this, who will be affected by this outbreak of disease? Our women will do that a lot for their children and for their husbands. When we talk about drought, who is taking charge of food in the home? Who will help us to ensure that our children and family are well fed? It's our women. So if all these things now is challenging the area in which women are very domineering, where we know that is their strength, then it means there is a breakdown of the family system. It means that there are so many problems that we need to really grapple with. And then if we don't address it right now, then we are in problems eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. They say that the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The next best time is now. So now we are talking about it. Let's plant this tree now. So I'll speak to Joshua now. Because you're in the data policy think tank space, I'd like to ask how gender issues and climate issues, do you think they've been properly integrated and mainstreamed into policies? And if not, how can they be better mainstreamed into policy issues?
Thank you so much. I think since you want me to take it from the point of data, and of course that's what I deal with every day, I would say all the data that you have around the issues just present dire, I would say, situation for the country. But to put it in perspective, when you look at the number of women in the country, it's nearly half. We have 49% of people who are women or of female gender. And so if you're talking about the climate change, then you're talking about half the population of Nigeria being affected. So it's like, let's plan for half the population of Nigeria every time we're thinking about integrating or including women around the issues. Now, if you bring it down to what climate change would then mean for critical sectors, say agriculture, health, housing, transportation, you then see that the challenges are really, really one that needs a lot of political will. And as you've seen from all the people that have spoken in the last session, you don't have that. There's no political will to help the people. If you have 75% of the farming population, of 75% of the people who contribute 23% to the GDP of Nigeria, always being second place or not even involved. I mean, we have a recent occurrence in the National Assembly where the gender bill couldn't be passed. And so you're talking of political weight zero. I mean, every index or indices around gender, Nigeria scores below, par or below anything normal. So maybe we need to start to take the conversation back to practices then. So if policy would always fail, how do we then ensure that people, as we always do anyway, can engage in practices that, bring them some kind of respite as much as possible. So, and I think that also brings us back to, my own constituency, which is the media. How can the media begin to present first conversations that help people, take people out of poverty, present solutions that people can work with. How can we get women either to learn how to farm within the whole water challenges or the flooding challenges that we have in the country. 140,000 hectares is what the data says has been affected or damaged. Don't forget, almost 6 months ago, our government was providing rice to farmers, right? And one of the things that you noticed was they were given to the wrong people, not the women per se. We're having this conversation today. We don't even have any representative of the both either local or national women farmer in the room. So what is the conversation we're having when you're talking about the people who do the practices that will better their life, and of course the ripple effect on the family or the households? I think that those are the conversations that the media needs to start to bring back and say, this is what you can do, this is what innovation presents, this is what techniques or mechanisms you need to begin to look at. How do you take your life, how do you own it yourself? Because trust me, any of the bats or the flyers that are flying all over the place are just there for the more money they can make and how they can harness the things for themselves. But more importantly is also how do we get the media to present this data as much as possible as opportunities for the private sector, right? Because in every economy that you see either transit from developing to developed or from any level to the other, you always see the impact of private sector. So how do we either provide more data to private sector, especially these smallholder enterprises, that are also women-driven? How do we ensure that we also get them to be more innovative? And I'll end that by saying we need to go back to maybe the sector that is now the news of the day, which is the monetary sector or the CBN, right? How do we ensure that practices that promote access to finance, for women are what we get? Someone just mentioned, I think she just mentioned that 30% of Nigerian women are the ones that have access to land. But the question is 70% of those who own land, 73% of those who own houses don't have land deeds. So even if you wanted to take your land, you wanted to use your land or house to collect loan, you don't have the deeds to present to do that. So you need a lot of innovation, and you need a lot of media, literacy, around how can we expand the access to finance, because down the line, it's still who gets what. The practices that, either help government to make the right decisions, or the practices that helps the private sector, think about how to, redistribute its own production mix for the people.
Thank you so much, Joshua. I know that you're looking at me. I'm sure that I'm short of time. I'm out of time. But I'd like to just ask Margaret a quick question for public health. And Margaret, are you here?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So what the WHO says that about 250,000 million people, 250,000 people are expected to die annually from climate change between 2030 and 2050 if nothing is done. This speaks to, of course, a public health crisis, public health challenge. There are floods around Nigeria, Thailand, hurricanes, tornadoes, all of that. I'm wondering how these floods obviously speak to the fact that because there are floods, Bemisola has said that public health care centers are not available, hospitals are not available, doctors are not available. How can we manage the public health crisis that would arise from climate change?
Right, thank you. You see, now looking at how climate change is becoming a threat. Initially, WHO never considered it as an emergency, a public health emergency. We're just looking at it as a threat. Now it has graduated from the threat to the emergency. Why emergency? And per their data, that between 2030 to 2050, going to have 250,000 cases or deaths from climate change effects. What it means is, one, let's look at it from this angle. I always say that climate change is a lifestyle modification area. If we don't modify how we do things now, ranging from our agricultural sector, ranging from our health sector, then through the economic or socio-economic side, through even our religious ways, in fact, we will be there and this will happen. What I mean is, now, when climate change effect starts, and we are now even in it, look at the heat. The rainfall pattern has totally changed. In Ghana here, April, May, we do see the rains. But this time we see the rain somewhere May, June. Farmers getting confused. They don't know when to plant, when to harvest. And it is gradually causing food insecurity, because what they are planting don't yield more. Because it is not yielding more, you didn't get money from the harvest that they go out to sell. At the same time, if we don't sell to buy quality food products to use at home, it means we are not going to get the required nutrition from the little we are eating. Because people are going to just settle on anything for their tummy. If the tomato is not ripe, they will intend to use it anyhow. Even if it is ripened and it is rotting, instead of throwing it away, because there's no money from our selling, we just end up using it anyhow. Eating anything, it means at the end of the day, your health is at risk. Now, it means we need to cut down the animal-based diets, because this animal-based diet, at the end of the day, they all get some aspect of it affecting our climate. So if we are now going to patronize eating green foods or plant-based diets, it means our health will be balanced. What it means is we are going to depend more on the nuts. We are going to depend on the sorghums, the cowpeas, and the others. And eating all these ones will help to reduce the amount of calories we do digest. And it is going to protect us from our cardiovascular diseases and others. Our mothers are going to get healthy food, healthy nutrients in order to protect themselves and at the same time protect their inborns. Honestly speaking, yesterday I was looking at an article published by WHO, and what I saw was this excess heat or too much heat we are experiencing, the time is coming, is going to affect in utero, the babies inside there. Stillbirth is one of the complications. So the climate change that we are looking at and WHO giving us this data simply means we should be alert. Our health system, the way we are even going to preserve our vaccines, our medicines, or the drugs that we are using, we need to be alert. Initially, we taught our public health nurses, when you take vaccines to the field, at least 48 hours, there are some vaccines, the live attenuated vaccines. You can use them. But now, the too much sunlight, you cannot use some vaccines. Once you open, you need to discard. And it is wastage. WHO don't allow wastage these days because wastage is also money. So we are going to lose money. We are not going to get a quality drugs. You will store a drug at, let's say, room temperature. But the temperature in your room is no more a room temperature. It will be more than 20, 30. And it is going to affect the medication. Then if it depends the BP clients are using. So they think they are taking medication, but the potency of the medication is not correct because of climate change. So if the WHO is telling us that we are going to see this is simple, the effect that we are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Margaret. I think on this note, we would like to end this panel. Thank you so much, everyone. Unfortunately, we don't have time, so we can't take a lot of questions. But I think for me, the takeaway was, I think the last, I don't know if you were blown away, the submission by Margaret is what blew me away. The fact that climate change affects even nutrients and is getting to the point where it will affect in vitro. So on this note, thank you to everyone. Thank you, my panelists, and let's have a fantastic afternoon.
Thank you very much. I think there'll be a photograph session before we step down. Please another round of applause for them. Very important to talk about the gender impact of climate change because, as you know, women are the real architects of society. And listening to the speakers in this session, this issue is actually really very big, and we must do something about it. Polluting the oceans is not mitigating CO2 emissions and destroying our biodiversity. We're killing our planet. And let's face it, we do not have planet B. So we must do our best to preserve this planet. And let's be fair to the Earth. The Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need. But, like we're saying, not every man is great. So I think man needs to reduce the greed just so we can be safe on Earth. Another round of applause for them. We're moving to the next session, and this session is going to be swift. I just hope that the moderator will keep the time. Yes, I'm going to ensure that he doesn't exceed 25 minutes in this session. Please join me. Put your hands together as we make welcome Uncle Tunde. Did I say Uncle Tunde? I actually mean Akin Tunde, Baba Tunde. If you like, as I said earlier, I call him Babs.
Right. Okay, because this is not social media and it's official, so I would come up stage when you said Uncle Tunde so that my HIDI does not sanction me. Good afternoon again, and thank you. Right. Good afternoon again, and thank you for staying through. I think having about 5 sessions can be a lot, but I promise you, this session was important because, come on, dead people are even affected by Nigeria's current challenges, not just not just people who are living, but we've got a lot of challenges in the country with the flooding, and I think the last session just, touched on a lot of those things. And of course, at the CJID, we're launching about 3 research today, and we're currently working on this other research on flooding, which of course is an environmental disaster, which is affecting 33 states out of 36 and the FCT. So shortly, we have a short documentary that speaks to the challenges that we currently face in Nigeria. So I would call on the media folks to put it on. Sorry, before that, I probably think I should bring my panelists, of course, so that they could just respond and I don't disrupt the conversation. So joining me today would be Mr. James Adamu, the Executive Assistant to the DG NIMET. He was here earlier, so good afternoon, sir, and jam your hands together for him as he come up stage. Of course, we can't talk about flooding and all of those things without NIMET, so yeah, he's here to give us a perspective. And then I would also be calling on the Managing Editor, Premium Times newspaper, Mr. Idris Akibaju. We can't talk about flooding again without the media, so he would be giving us a media perspective. And then I will be calling Dr. Bamidele Olajide from the University of Lagos, who is a research consultant at the center. He will be coming around to speak on his research on flooding and the likes, right? And then I will be calling on Mr. Suleiman Haribabu from HEDA Resource Center. Mr. Suleiman. Right. Okay, I should have one more person join me, Mr. Jubri Shitu. I'm not sure if he's in here. Okay, so I would just, I am being displaced now, not by flooding, but, so I would just make up here, then you could, okay, fine. Okay, it's a very powerful panel. That's why you have a lot of people come here to give perspective. Then, joining us online is Adeolu Adekola, the project manager at the Adeolu Adekola of the Center for Investigative Journalism, London. He would be giving us a presentation after now. So Adeolu, it's nice to have you. So just hang on there. We would have you on. Ladies and gentlemen, just give a moment. Sorry, just hold on while we get the media to play the video, the documentary.
Devastating flood, cutting through schools, worship centers, farmlands, markets, and everything on its way. Since the start of this year's rainy season, communities in several parts of Nigeria have experienced flooding that has left over 600 dead and over 1 million displaced. This is Abari community in Patani local government of Delta State. Every year, this community experiences flooding that threatens its existence, but left with no option, community members stayed after every incident.
This flood is, we are suffering so much in Abari here. There's no means for us to buy anything. Pregnant women, we could not even go to antenatal anymore.
This community of the soul, the flood don't take over community place. Our mothers and our fathers and suffer. We not get to help us. All the houses now just take place. How we go do? You see where we see. So far as they suffer, we even see fish shops, we even gathered up from inside water.
The flooding in 2022 came with no warning, cutting out every means of livelihood, every means. Agricultural produce is not left out.
We are here in Adamawa State, Dasin Hausa community at Fufu, a local government area, where flood has ravaged, ransacked many farmlands, where farmers are growing rice, maize, onion, pepper, and other vegetables. Most of the farmlands have been ransacked, submerged, and swept away by the flooding that happened within the last 2 months. the farmers are lamenting bitterly, and as you can see, a lot of them are already here trying to pick up the remnants of the crops that have been destroyed.
At the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, with support from the Open Climate Reporting Initiative of the Center for Investigative Journalism, London, we have been exploring several intervention areas since years past. This year alone, we have engaged over 30 journalists in 5 countries to report on climate change in different programs, including the West Africa Climate Change Media Fellowship. According to Nigeria's Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, about 31 states have been affected by the flooding and over 300,000 hectares of land destroyed.
Well, that's absolutely a sad watch, and it raises a number of questions, not just about the loss of lives and property, but also the looming food crisis in the country, and of course the fact that the government just trying to find out what would happen, developing a plan, in the next 90 days. It's important for us to have conversation, with stakeholders who would give us an overview of what we should do, because I think everyone here, we are at loss as to what to do regarding the flooding that's happening in Nigeria. But again, before we dive into the panelists, Adeolu Adekola would be giving us a short presentation on the flooding calamity, and then we would have the panelists take rounds to answer questions that we've prepared. So Adeolu, do you want to go?
Thank you very much, Akintunde, and thank you to everyone. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. So we are here today, and not to preempt what the panelists will be discussing. It's just to provide us with a little bit of background, right? And I believe from here we would have the tone set for the conversation that will be held. Again, everyone will be here. And so we're talking about flooding and environmental hazards. So when we're talking about the full conversation of climate change, we'll be talking about flooding, deforestation, gas flaring, sand mining, drought, desertification. Flooding and desertification are in red because it's more or less you're having flooding and you're having desertification in the same country and nearly at the same time. So we have to understand that the issues surrounding climate change is something that is very urgent that needs to be attacked. And for me, we have to have a takeaway from this conversation, from this summit today. This is a picture showing in 2008, the confluence between River Niger and the Benue. And then this is another picture in 2012, showing the same thing, showing that the river banks have increased. I don't know what it says, fine. And so when we talk about flooding, we can see this table, right? We have 5.2 million people. And this is a conservative figure because I would like to say, as I speak to my constituency, not to preempt what Mr. Idris Akibadu would say, the media has been reporting. I watched a clip from a state-owned media where the permanent secretary was actually speaking to the fact that he has no idea what has happened. So the dam that was supposed to be built, right, to contain when the dam from Cameroon is released, he said he had no idea, and it's a state-owned media. So I would say the media have been reporting, but we should report better. We should report more strategically. 5.2 million people displaced, over 1,000 people dead due to flooding alone, one of the effects of climate change. So there are different angles to look at this from. So again, speaking to my constituency, we have to interrogate the laws, the policies, the promises. The National Climate Change Act was passed. Also, the council was inaugurated. I'm wondering, yes, there is an outburst about the plan that is being, that the president directed the Ministry of Environment to make. However, the president is actually the chairperson of the agency that was just set up on climate change. isn't that council supposed to be the one responsible for that plan? We have to move from reaction to proactively thinking through how we react to the issue. So there are laws, there are promises. And for me, I find it important that the conversation of climate change has made it into part of the election, right? You had you had clips, right, from two of the candidates of two parties coming mainstream, talking about climate financing and talking about insecurity. Funny enough, climate financing, yes, is very important. However, when the money comes from the global north, how are we going to spend it? You have different agreements, you have different budget padding issues. So how is the media actually reporting these things? You have money budgeted for tree planting. We are the trees. We have to interrogate this thing. There's also the intersection with development, the access to energy. You have an energy transition plan. And I heard one of the panelists speak, Amara speak about how there is no intersection between the society and the state. You can't have a national transition plan and not consult widely about it. I've also heard someone speak about the health crisis that is looming because of climate change. You also have the issue of migration that would happen. Internal migration in sub-Saharan Africa will hit about 80 million by 2050. With lower availability of water and crop production and move to other areas. How are we going to respond to this? The last case study I would also speak as I round up is around water sanitation, hygiene, and plastic waste. So we tell citizens to be responsible. Don't throw plastics around. Don't throw sachets water around. And this is Lagos as a case study. Lagos needs about 540 million gallons of water per day. Currently, it can only provide 210 million gallons. Where would the balance come from? Sachet water and plastics. And so citizens dump it indiscriminately. So when there is no access to potable water, it's also going to cause environmental hazards. Now we started from the picture of the River Niger and the River Benue overflowing its bank. This is a picture over the years of the Chad Basin that has shrunk by 90% from 1963 to date. And so you have seen this influencing even the biggest issue of insecurity in Nigeria today. It has its roots in climate change. So when the presidential candidate is saying you cannot be tackling insecurity when citizens are running from bombs and tackle climate change at the same time, we have to interrogate those kind of comments. So where do we go from here? I like the documentary that just came up. Where do we go from here? Preempting my slides. So I think essentially we have to tackle poor infrastructure planning. I think we have to do proper urban planning to deal with high urbanization. We have to definitely fight corruption, not on the paper. And for me, very importantly, I think the major takeaway, we have NIMET on the panel. We have Mihasa doing fantastic job. They send out flood alerts. But I think one of the things the media needs to do is to properly send this message out as much as possible. Where is the National Orientation Agency? A major takeaway from me from this summit, and it's a challenge to the organizers, we have to take this summit to each geopolitical zones to talk about these issues. Everybody understood what social distancing was during COVID. Everybody has to understand what climate change is. My second challenge from this summit is we have to have a climate change situation. That is very important. We've tried it for elections. We've tried it for open government partnership. This is my challenge for CJID. Let's have a climate change situation where all the actors, we sit at the table, we discuss the issues, CSOs, National Orientation Agency, the media. We have to come together to ensure that the state does what it's supposed to do. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Adeolu. Yeah, interesting point. Climate change situation room. Okay, CJID would consider that. Okay, anyway. So we move into the conversation straight, and I will probably start with Nimet because, and this is important because the current flooding that we have in Nigeria, this is not the first time, and this won't be the last time. with data and all of those realities. What did you do before now as an agency, and how was the coordination with other stakeholders? And why are we here? Like, why are we still talking about? I mean, even if flooding should have happened, maybe it shouldn't be, this large extent, right? So why are we here? What do you think went wrong? Two questions in one.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. The reality is here with us. What did we do as NIMET? And I will speak, what did we do as NIMET and NISA? Because we work hand in hand. Now, I had said this earlier on. In February, we gave the focus. Not only that, on that same day, the English version and the translation to 3 major languages, he was there, were given to the public. That means we took care of local, our rural community. Thereafter, NISA in May, for them to run the flood alerts, they need an input from NIMET. We have to run the rainfall forecast that will serve as part of the input into the flood forecast. So in May, NISA released the annual flood outlook for the country. So in terms of early warning, I want to say government has done its own part in terms of early warning because we are government agencies. Now, going down the line, we had worked with development partners, NGOs, CBOs, to downscale these forecasts to states and local governments. We've crisscrossed close to 26 states. I am glad my colleague here, Mr. Aribabu, Heda, provided us with, he served as an enabler that is bringing government and the community together, where we're able to train particularly farmers on the change in the weather pattern. For example, change in onset, cessation, when to plant, when not to plant. There we developed crop-specific weather calendar for farmers we had worked with. Now, agencies like HEDA also provided the media platform. Now, they enable us to have conversation with our Hausa listeners in the north and the Yoruba listeners in Oyo states, taking climate information. And that is what we are, as government, we have this information and we need enablers to take this information to the grassroots. Then talking about working as stakeholders, in August when we were sure that there will be flood in the country, we came together, NIMET, NISA, the space agency, NASDA, and we started working from August, monitoring the environment in terms of using all technology available. When the Lado Dam was released in September, I think 13th, immediately NEMA, we were working with NEMA, activated the Emergency Operation Center, whereby the UN Charter was activated by NIMET, because countries have to request for the activation. That means every satellite will have to zoom into Nigeria to get those pictures of what is happening. That is what government did. And we were getting the satellite information. Now, from data we collected through NEMA, physical data, you will say we have about 1.5 million people displaced. Using satellite technology is showing us that we have close to 3 million people displaced. So we use both physical, so government in its own part is using all available resources to find out what is the extent. Then talking about that same technology, using government together, we're able to know that about 700,000 hectares of land is currently inundated using satellite technology, but on the ground, using questionnaires, we are talking about 300 to 400. So how do we go forward? How do we use media? If by next year we say we are going to have this amount of rainfall, how do we animate it? Because people relate relate to animation. Probably when we say we are going to have rainfall as much as 2012, you may show them their area in 2012. Probably they will relate to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I like that you gave us, an idea about what you've been doing from the background. But I would just ask this last question before I move to the other persons on the panel. So we have a central database in Nigeria, and I think almost everyone who's got a SIM, they've been captured by the Nigerian government. And there should be some level of coordination with NCC to say, okay, because if you are in, say, UK or whatever, or some developed countries, if you're in an area and there will be flooding on you would get, an alert on your phone, an alarm that, at about X time, there will be, this and there will be that. So you are like consciously trying to, in fact, it's even incorporated that you could get, a diversion, a diversion alert from that end. I sort of think if Nigerians, because we've got about 500 languages in Nigeria and you were only able to do about 3 million languages, what have you done, or what do you think you can do better when you, can you send, I did not get any alerts about weather or about imminent flooding in Nigeria. Of course, I work in the media space, and of course, captured in the, but I think I should have something that would come to my, maybe SMS, says by XYZ something would happen. If that could go across board, and you could, distill this into 500 major languages so that people they know that this is going to happen. Did you do that? Or how can you do that?
To be sincere, getting SMS or bulk SMS, we need to work closely with NCC. Some people here that have been in the process know how we've been having this discussion for over years, getting them to bring those providers, the GSM providers, together to agree to the fact that they can do these things for free as part of their corporate responsibility, including the media. I was in the US and Europe. If there is a weather emergency, no matter the station, you see an Amber Alert. Are we even doing it at the television, the radio level? No matter this, you see an Amber Alert. Let's start from then. We'll keep talking to NCC also.
We are not doing it. And
not yet.
Not yet. But it is something we should consider.
We should consider. We have been discussing from the producer's angle.
Right.
We have been discussing because we don't have the capacity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm going to Mr. Idris now. And it's interesting, sir, because you work centrally in the media. And when there was one interesting tweet from some weeks ago when someone had said, "Oh, Nigerian media, so there was a video from a foreign media, and someone had tweeted and said, what are Nigerian, what are they doing?" And and I responded like, come on, a single Google search would show that. And before this current flooding, this current disaster, in 2020, you remember that we had sent people to go investigate shore protection project in Ilaje, Ondo State, and we preempted that, save a last-minute intervention, that community would go extinct. 2021 again, we sent people to Delta State, Abari. So the community that you saw in the documentary, it was a recent travel that we did, but we were there 2021, and we said that save a last-minute intervention, there will be disaster. I'm not sure if NIMET read the news and they see special report about imminent disaster that we have. But sir, NCC and other agencies and service providers are not coordinated when it comes to sending the Amber Alert. And we've got data. Every time people, they would say that your SIM will be deregistered if you don't register. So that means that the database is there. And this is a national disaster. What do you think the media can do? What have we been doing? What do you think we can do? And how do we be the link between the agencies so that we can definitely have these early warning systems sent across to people? We will talk about other things later, but just to get you on this side.
Thank you very much. I think first I must commend NIMET for the work they've been doing. And in all fairness to them, they are perhaps one of the more proactive government agencies. It's just unfortunate that there is no proper coordination amongst various government agencies, and that's why part of the reasons why we are going through what we are going through. I mean, Nimet has spoken about floods since February, like he mentioned, and the rest, and yet now we are learning to know that the floods in Kogi is one of the reasons why those of us in Abuja are spending hours at the filling stations when we knew it was going to happen several months before. But going back to the role of the media, I think basically the role of the media when it comes to flood reporting can be split into 4 phases. The first is the routine information about helping people understand what flooding is and what the possible causes are. The second is when preemptive warnings are given by agencies like NIMET, NISA, and the rest, the media's role to then properly interpret this information to the people and how they should be prepared for it. The third is then investigating government agencies, parastatals who are supposed to act proactively after those warnings have been done to prevent the coming floods. That's the third. Then the last one is the flood reporting itself. When the flood starts happening, the media needs to report it. To a large extent, if you, I would say the Nigerian media have largely failed in the first 3 aspects, largely. But the media's challenges are enormous. So I wouldn't throw all the blames on the media. Media sustainability. Virtually, if I want to ask how many of us here pay for news, you would realize that virtually none of us pays for news. So we are not really concerned about how the media sustain itself. We are just concerned about why people not investigating. I told somebody one day, I said sometimes some of the investigations we do at premium times cost millions, but nobody wants how we get the money to fund those investigations. So sustainability is there. Training and capacity building is there. Some journalists just don't have the knowledge to interpret data. They don't just have the knowledge to interpret what NISA is saying and how it will affect the daily lives of people. So capacity building is there. The third is, of course, the issue of media ownership and independence. When the media is not sustainable and you then leave media ownership to politicians, they are only interested in what to promote their political image. And so they are not interested in issues that ordinarily do not promote their political interest. So those challenges exist. However, in order to talk of possible solutions, I think there is need for agencies like NIMET to work more closely with the media than they currently do. It's not enough to send everyday message about your daily weather forecasts. It's not enough to send quarterly. To then work with credible media organizations to say, we have released this information about flood warnings. How can we then do great stories to help those communities involved to prepare for the floods? How can we put pressure on the various governments to prepare for the floods that they are not currently doing? So yes, the media has a lot of role to play. The media is not playing it well, but I think a lot can be done if there's better synergy between the media and the regulators. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Idris, and thanks for throwing the bash at the media. But sir, one thing that I noticed is that when the current flooding started, a lot of subnational media institutions did not really project it. So people have to, so journalists have to travel from Abuja, from Lagos down to these areas. And I continue to ask myself, so, and of course you said it, we know how much millions it is to send a single journalist to these areas. What do you think we could do within the subnational media entity to, because they work centrally within this space, and it will save a lot of money for the media if we have capacity within the, and of course we can't do everything. So what do you think what could be done?
I think, of course, community media, local media in various states, in various communities are very essential to democracy. I mean, we need national media, we also need a lot of local media. Unfortunately, the media that has the largest presence in rural communities is the Nigerian networks, whether it's the NT or the Radio Nigeria. But you would be amazed at the level of training and the level of support that journalists in those places get. They even don't understand the issues. Many of them live virtually on the paychecks of governors, and rather than do their own independent reporting, only have to report what the state wants them to do. So, in essence, those of us who are interested in correct information for the public must look for a way to work with media who are interested in such development reporting. It's not all media organizations. Some media organizations were set up basically to promote the image of their founders. You cannot then say because they are located in particular communities, they should be interested in pre-warning floods and the rest. It's to look for media who are interested in such matters, ensure that the journalists who are interested in such get the right trainings, get the right capacity building like CJID is trying to do. And then when opportunities arise, task these journalists to go out and get these stories done.
I think that's the way to ensure that the media is well equipped and the media is able to sustain its operations and also provide the relevant information.
Thank you very much, and I don't like that I'm rushing you, but thank you. I'll dive straight to Dr. Lajide. So we're currently working on a research to review, to framing climate change, flood early warning systems, communication as a political communication in Nigeria. And, he spoke about, the February alert, the May convening, and all of those things. But even if people are aware that there will be flooding, there are some actions required of them. More like, living where they are to another place. And of course, there is housing disaster. People are financially insecure to get on this. And government does not even provide, alternative and habitat for people to move into. So even if we get the messaging right, even if we get it right, do you think with the current reality in Nigeria, we could still get people to run away from disaster-prone areas before flooding? And if they leave, would that become another flood displaced entities? And what do you think? I don't know if you get that question, but do you want to dive into that, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much. All year round, NEMET, NISA, they've given us, they've warned us that there is going to be flooding. But unfortunately, people still got caught up, in the crisis. The issue is, like you mentioned, is that government isn't doing enough. Government isn't doing enough. Let me be blunt, we have a very uncaring state. And what do citizens do? When you have an uncaring state, the fact is that people are left to fend for themselves, to create their own sustainability, which is impossible. So, for me, I believe that NIMET, the buck still falls back to NIMET, and that is why I call them, I say they are good scientifically, but politically they are naive somehow. Apologies to the NIMET representative. Why I said so is that the people have to take their destiny in their own hands. And one way they can do it is by adopting, let us frame all this information as political communication. And what do I mean is that, okay, for example, in that Patani that was shown to us, a popular politician, getting a popular politician as ambassador to address the people over the media, is going to do the magic, because his information can resonate with them. They know him or her, you understand? And probably they even trust him more than a faceless organization that just, sorry for that language, but, what you do in terms of communication as an organization is basically faceless, because they don't even know you. You understand? So we need, the people need people that they know, so that we resonate better with people that we know that are popular in our state, a popular politician, so that when they talk to them about imminent floods and what to do, in local language, they are going to connect and they are going to act better. So I think
Thank you, and I'm sorry that I'm jumping on this, but I've just been made to know that I have to leave this stage right now. Mr. Suleiman, I'll jump onto you right now. And the question to ask is this, in the face of this disaster, Nigerian big men, Nigerian policymakers still believe this is a gift from God. And they believe that, what is happening is normal. And if they say that, to the camera, it means that they are not taking action that in the level of urgency that it requires. So, do you believe that the current flooding is a free gift from God? And if you believe, tell us why. If you don't, we would like to know, what do you think we can do to trigger the consciousness of our leaders? Because it's interesting to note that in the face of this disaster, government knows how to, create a policy statement to compel service providers to release the number, SMS, numbers for for their purposes, right? I mean, nothing is impossible for the Nigerian government if they are sincerely committed to doing this. What do you think is happening within the current disposition? Government has said that, the president said that they should develop a plan for 90 days. By January, nobody's talking about flooding. People are talking about cassava and all of those things. Sir, go for it.
So people will be talking about elections by January, no doubt. So rain will continue to be a blessing from God, no matter. But what happens afterwards is ours. There's a reason why it's called early warning system. NIMET, NISA, they are part of the early warning chain, and they do their bit sincerely. They're doing a lot of work. And I'm one of those who believe that NIMET is taking more than it ought to. I'm sorry, sir, I disagree with you that NIMET should. I think they are taking above their mandate, and then people then tend to judge you on what is not your core mandate. In terms of providing the data, the warning, they are doing their bit, but it's supposed to be a system. The other parts of the system is non-existing, not even broken. It's non-existing. The states don't run with the information. Sometimes the state has a lot of resources that they ought to help NIMET with, so that NIMET can give them the kind of information that can help their agriculture. There's no communication. There are many agencies, research institutions, there is no communication. So the system is broken. That's the first thing. And we as a country must say never again. We saw this in 2012. We thought that would be the end. Now this is 2020, 10 years later, we are witnessing it. And the projection shows that we are going to be seeing this more often. Now, how do we deal with the disaster? We are talking about communicating in 500 local languages. NIMET cannot do that. But we have the infrastructure in place to do that, because every state in Nigeria has a state-owned radio and television. In those states, they speak all the local languages. So right now, we are writing to all the state house of assemblies and the executive that take the info. All NIMET need to have is a communication center where all of them can tap the information from and speak to the people direct. And then we talk about moving people and all of that. Yes, we want to save life primarily. But you see, there are times where people die even alive. So each time you ask people to move from their normal places to save their lives, and then they don't move their farms, they don't move their livelihoods, they are dead. Because for some people, there's a farmer in Nasarawa who have been doing well for the past 3 years in rice. This year he got 10 million naira loan. He's lost everything, not even a grain. Now you go to NISA and talk about insurance. NISA will insure its own money. How about the effort and the lives and livelihoods of all those farmers? Nothing happens. So as a country, we need to say never again.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to listen to you for more than this minute, but sadly I can't. So I'll just move straight to Mr. Jubilee from the PPDC, because you work with numbers. I want to put some numbers and then I want you to respond to it. Just a background, I was talking about the deployment we did in 2020 to look at a shore protection project in Ondo State, Ayutthaya, Ondo State. Initially, about 6 billion was allocated for that project in 2004. In 2009, it was re-awarded, for another contractor who's got no capacity to do the job. And when we got there in 2020, the project has been abandoned by NDDC, of course. And you all know what's the drama with NDDC. It's not like we don't, even though we have calamities and disasters in Nigeria, but there are some numbers going, into the intervention at the moment, even from way back. And in the 1980s, there was an ecological fund that was created just so to mitigate against these processes. In this year alone, so when the flooding happened, I tried to do some numbers, just to see what's there. And between January and June, Nigerian states got a net of about 14 billion, out of the ecological fund, and Kano got about 745 million. Kaduna got about 616 million. Delta got about 238 million. In Naira, sorry. Benue got about 263 million. Kogi got about 259 million. This is just within January and June. If you try to look at the numbers in the 1980s, it will run into trillions of naira. So the flooding challenge, as much as it is a climate change issue when it comes to unusual rainfall and the likes, it is also a fundamental infrastructural deficit challenge that we have. And it is also a conversation around lack of transparency and accountability in the utilization of funds meant for interventions like this. The numbers are going down. With the current flooding, some billionaires will be made, while some people would be left to go loan, so into debt and all of those things. What do you think non-state actors who are working with the numbers can do to, one, identify, diversion, two, to give a proper account of how much has gone into this and how much will continue to go? Do we have like a central database to review these processes? Go for it, sir.
I don't. Is this working? Okay.
Wow.
Okay. I don't think you can hear me. I think we need to reorient ourselves because. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, this is much better. I think we need a reorientation, right? When we talk about the role of NIMET, NIMET can predict that the floods are coming, but NIMET may not be able to predict that the type of floods that are coming are the types that, you had, for instance, in Germany, rainfalls that would take place in 17 days on a normal day, happening just within 4 hours. So we need to understand that. Secondly, we need to understand that when you tell subsistence farmers that make up 85%, the smallholder farmers that make up more than 85% of the farmers in Nigeria, that, there are going to be floods, what would you expect them to do? In a country where, you have at least 70 million people living below the poverty line. So we need to have a proper reorientation about what it is that we're talking about. So if you tell me I should leave my house, my livelihoods, that floods are coming, and you don't tell me that this type of floods are record floods, then I wouldn't be able to do anything. Now, speaking to the numbers, you said 16 billion, right, between January to June. In 2012, I was in Lokoja in 2012 when the floods happened. I visited the camps, I visited the flood areas. In 2012, we lost 2 trillion naira, just for comparison. So if we're talking about numbers, let's know what we're talking about. The ecological fund you're talking about, it's 1% of the consolidated revenue fund, right? 363 billion. By the time you share it across 36 states to the local governments, how much are we talking about? Then when we talk about the responsibility for addressing the floods, I recall the conversation about Lake Chad, which was made by, what's his name again? Adiolu, yes. Where he talked about desertification and floods. How are we combating desertification? We have the Green World Initiative, which is federal government led across, the Sahara with some other federal governments. But when it comes to floods, we are saying, the floods should be a responsibility of maybe the local government, maybe the state government, but everyone shifts the blame, as we've seen from this panel. So we need that reorientation to understand the basics. And what are the basics? The climate change is here. We need to address it strategically by investing resources, and not 16 billion. Those are paltry sums. I'm sorry. NEMA, SEMA, the local government will do better to spend $1 to prevent than to lose $7 to respond. So I think that's where we need to start thinking.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And right now, I'd like to have this panel span until 7 p.m., but we can't do that right now. So, so we just take a group picture, and I would hand over to the moderator who has been harassing me. Thank you very much.
Please, that applause can be better for this panel, honestly. Brilliant conversation so far. And if I will quickly respond to one of the speakers who talked about state media outfits not knowing the issues. I don't think that is true. I would say that maybe because I represent the NTA. We actually understand the issues, yes. And I know that, my colleagues too in the FRCN would agree that we understand the issues, but there are challenges, and it's not about the journalists, actually. It's about, other issues that we face as journalists, whether we work for the state media outfit or a private media outfit. All right, so thank you very much. So once again, let's put our hands together for that team. Like one of the speakers said, climate change is here, and we must address it. The truth is that clean air and water, are actually very important, and a livable climate are all, inalienable human rights that, we need. And solving this crisis is not a question of politics. It's actually a moral obligation. And I think that all the organizations, that are, supposed to address this issue, the government and all of that, should begin to look at it that way. If you look at the impact, look at, the farmers and, those in these communities who are affected, it's beyond politics. It's beyond, trying to make money for yourself or trying to do one thing or the other. This is saving lives. And, as I said earlier, it's a moral obligation. So we must actually do the needful. Everyone must actually put his or her hands on deck so we can solve the issue. Now, we'll move to the next session. It is the final session for this event. It is the CJID Climate Change Summit, Road to COP27. And this particular panel session is on Africa at COP27, leveraging effective partnerships for adaptation and financing. And it will be moderated by Vivian Chime. She's a journalist and from the Cable. A round of applause for her as she comes forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been told I have 20 minutes. Okay. So, thank you very much. I've been listening to all of the conversations here today. They've been very enriching. But one thing we can agree on is that all of the conversations here today, there's one underlying factor, which is money, money, money. Finance is very important for us to achieve our climate plans. Talking about how Nigeria needs 1.9 million to achieve its energy transition plan. You talk about how, I think I heard Gideon say earlier that we need, Ghana needs about, how much did he mention? About $9 billion to achieve its NDCs. And then everybody's asking themselves questions, where is this money going to come from? So this year, Africa is going to COP, and basically everybody considers this Africa's COP. And people see it as an implementation COP where we have to move away from all of this talk and actually start implementing. We don't have so much time, so I'm going to invite the panelists to this stage so we can dive into this topic. My panelists are Dr. Jubril Adeojo, co-founder of 1 Watt Solar. Virtual. Okay, he'll be joining us virtual. Hello, Mr. Adeojo, can you hear us? Okay, the second panelist is Olumide Idowu, co-founder, International Climate Change Development Initiative. If he's here, please join me on the stage. Also, we have Chinenye Wamaka, Managing Partner, the FEMA Advisory and Convener, Africa Policy Conversations. We have Akitunde Babatunde, the Deputy Director, Center for Journalism Innovation and Development. Oh, okay. Also, this last name, before I came on stage, I asked how to pronounce this name, and everybody says she's popularly known as Zira, so I'm just going to say, please, Ms. Zira, Program Associate Connected Development, can you join us on stage? Is she here? Okay, perfect. I think I'll just sit. All right, thank you so much for being on this panel with me. Like I earlier said, my name is Vivian Chime. I'm the climate change reporter for the Cable newspaper, and today we're going to be talking about Africa at COP27. Leveraging effective partnerships for adaptation and financing. But I would like to say something before we dive into talking about how to leverage more partnerships to get adaptation, financing and all of that. The CJID reports, I'm aware that it was shared with every one of you on this panel, talked about how some of the monies that Nigeria has assessed so far has not been sustainably managed, especially as it has to do with the afforestation project and all of that. So I wanted to ask, as Nigeria and other African countries goes to COP in November, we all agree that partnerships are based on trust. People would want to see how we've managed the monies we've assessed in the past, how they can trust us to deliver. So, Olumide, I'll start with you. You saw the report, and how can you say that Nigeria's way of managing the financing it has gotten in the past will affect some of its partnerships, or how it will leverage partnerships at COP27 this year?
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Let me first start to say thank you very much to CJID, right, for inviting me today. To make us very, to understand the context. See, for me, I think when you talk about funding, or you talk about grant that comes to the country for a particular project, my stake there is, what is the relationship between that funding and the stakeholders that is meant to use that funding actually. So looking at all the grants, all the money that have been coming to the country, how do we actually look into the area the money is supposed to use for? Look at the nationally determined contribution. I'm very sure that when the consultation started, how many of us were part of it? If you are part of it, you'll be able to understand what is allocated for such sector. We have the energy sector, we have the waste management, and all other sectors. So for me, I think the issue we're having here is our planning ahead of activities. For instance, we are going to COP now. How many of us know about most of the things we are going to be negotiating about? And how do we now talk about the track of climate finance? What are we seeking, or what are we requesting for? So that the language we are going to be using is not going to be like we are begging for money. Rather, we are speaking to adaptation, we are speaking to mitigation in a sense whereby this is something that we want to do, and this is what we are prioritizing, rather than asking them for bring money, bring money. So I think the money that we have been getting for the couple of years, the issue we are having there is that there's no transparency in spending. And stakeholders, when I say stakeholders, the civil society organization, are not really being carried along when it comes to implementation of those activities that we see that is going on everywhere. I'm sure that we also know the new project that just came in now through the World Bank. How many of us have actually understood how this project is going to be implemented? And it's focusing on afforestation as well. So it's something that we need to start looking at, that, okay, how do we demand for those people that are going to be implementing those projects? Is there any civil society here that have been able to be contacted to say, okay, fine, you'll be helping us to do this in the south-south, in the southeast or south? So those kind of conversations supposed to be going on when we want to really engage the government on transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. But I'm going to take you up on something. You talked about the fact that we can't keep saying bring money, and the country needs to collaborate with CSOs to come up with projects. And attracting climate finance, you need a pipeline of projects to attract climate finance, and that's why South Africa, like Tengi mentioned earlier, South Africa has gotten more climate finance than Nigeria. So what kind of projects do you think that Nigeria can take to COP27 to attract more financing and get good partnerships?
Okay, thank you very much. One, any project that is linked to loss and damage is a big priority for Nigeria, adaptation. When you look at mitigation, most of the time, mitigation funds always disappear on the way. Maybe it's because there are a lot of technology and issue around it. A very good example, sorry to say this, we work with Ministry of Aviation. We're just coming today and I noticed that no Bolt and Uber in the airport again. FAN came up with their own app. And you know that any project that is influenced by, not that the government is not working, but when it's influenced by the government, the sustainability is always a problem. We've had Uber for so many years now. People are using it. Now you came up with another app just because of what? So the point here is any project we are taking to COP must be a project that have been consulted by civil society, so that when the implementation needs to start, the financing that is coming for that project, we not just hear the number on news, but rather we hear the people implementing it are part of the stakeholders. So when we are going to COP as a country, we should look at loss and damage. We should look at adaptation. And I see that I think mitigation is one of our track this year as well. And climate finance is big, true. And why I'm saying that we should not talk about money is because the ones that we have, how did we manage it? Secondly, Africa is endowed with a lot of natural resources. How do we leverage our natural resources to tell them that, okay, come and invest, because all the money we are getting is sort of loan. We don't want to do that again. They say we are vulnerable, so stop making it as loan, so that we can be able to say, okay, fine, we justify the spending, and the civil society will also be part of the implementation. So that is those kind of, what they call it, tracks that we need to take to COP, so that when we are having this conversation, it's not going to be the same. And I will end by saying that for those people that will be going to COP, or the first time you are going to COP, just be ready to understand that you will not even know where the negotiation is happening. So you should understand that from Nigeria, if you don't go to COP, you can even have more information than somebody that is on ground. So it's very important for us to also quickly, it is not late, 5th of November is coming. How do we start engaging our negotiators? Who is negotiating for Nigeria on climate finance? Who is negotiating for Nigeria on adaptation or mitigation, even the loss and damage? So we need to know these people so that we understand the language they'll be using if we want more money. It's because it depends on what you are negotiating for that influence funders or institutions to say we want to put money into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the part where you said that some of government projects are not sustainable, and that's why I want to know if Dr. Adejo is with us on this panel right now. Is he here? Okay. Good afternoon. So Olumide said something very important about private sector playing a very critical role as regards getting to have sustainable projects. And I know your organization is a key player when it comes to the issuance of some of Nigeria's green and sukuk bonds. So I'm going to ask you, going to COP27, how do you think that we can leverage private sector to have more sustainable projects and bring in more private sector partnerships for Nigeria to have sustainable projects at COP27? Can he hear us? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. So, I mean, for me, I just want to quickly build on what Adeolu, touched on while it was presented. The fact that the issue on climate change really is an issue of climate emergency. It made a very critical point that I'm not sure a lot of us understood. That during COVID, everybody knew what they had to do. So that same urgency and spirit is not applied on climate change, and it's unfortunate. Ladies and gentlemen, two things move money: profits and humanity survival. When people know they will die, they will do the right thing, regardless of profit. But how do we ensure that we're able to get people to the mindsets or psychology of survival? Is how media, the government declare and how they label the challenges we're facing. It's easier for us to stay here from abroad or from Nigeria over there in Abuja, talk, because we're not the one in Kogi that our houses have been submerged by water. We're not the ones that have relatives that died, because they couldn't swim or whatever happened. So the major issue is not really about bankable or not bankable projects. Olumide talked about something about what have we even done with our own money? How are we locally structured for climate adaptation and mitigation? How have we built our infrastructures to to be resilient to the climate change effect that we can't do anything about, they will happen because we are the most vulnerable to these things. So though our urban planning, while we were having discussion about the flooding, I did a small research. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of us just see the headlines. How many of us really read this thing? When I did my small research just now, I said, what is even the cost of this thing? We heard about the dam. We heard about the fact that a lot of people build houses without appropriate approvals, or probably approvals were given without thinking about the flow of water. And that also goes back to what you said about, do we even know what we have to do to prevent all these things from happening, having these challenges we're facing? So as for us in OWAT, it's not about COP27, let me just say something very important, negotiators. I have been in this climate finance for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not know who is negotiating on behalf of Nigeria, but I know that government is negotiating, right? So my point is, who are the people negotiating? Why must it be an hidden agenda? We know John Kerry is negotiating. We know Joe Biden is negotiating. We know these guys are negotiating in other countries. Who are those negotiating? Who is the face? And those negotiating, who are they consulting? Ladies and gentlemen, NGOs are important, don't get me wrong. However, when it comes to mobilizing capital for profit, it is private sector like ourselves, the banks, the investors, because we are the ones that have risked our capital. We've lost money, we've made money. So we know the pain point of how not to lose money in the future. So any money that is going to come into this country, into energy, agriculture, infrastructure, you name it, the negotiators need to have a private sector coalition that will also guide them on the kind of sectors that money should come into. That's the kind of seriousness I want to start to hear, regardless of COP27. Okay. So my point, that's my point really. And the COP27 really is not really about asking for money. It's about what are the projects that Nigeria is taking to COP27 to showcase that this is how well we've done. This is how well we've done with little we have. With the fact that we're not even the one contributing to this CO2 emission. If we don't come from the angle of seriousness, structure, and impact, nobody will take us seriously. Okay, so that's the kind of thing that you must see. And again, finally, for me is this. The government, again, is seen as competing with private sector. Government too wants to issue a green bond because the private sector is using the green bond. No, government should be our cheerleader. Government should be the ones taking us to the mark, to COP27 to showcase what we've done. Not only showcasing what government has done, because government represents the entire country. And that is the kind of seriousness that I'm not saying. And it's unfortunate because people are dying. The issue of grant can be resolved, but it has to be labeled climate emergency. It must be labeled climate emergency. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adeojo. But I think I'll bring you back to respond to something. You said earlier that many things move money. And you've been in this climate finance for a while now, and I know you're in climate finance advisory to the African Development Bank. And I also know that the African Development Bank, as well as other public development banks, have funding every year, like up to 2.4 trillion for funding for African countries. And of course, you talked about how Nigeria needs to go to COP with projects that can attract financing. And let's say you're going to suggest to the government, what do you think we should be looking at going to COP with to really unlock financing for the continent? Thank you. Yeah. What's going on? Hello?
Thank you. I was muted already and I can't unmute myself. Thank you so much for that question, and I will share my perspective. First of all, the government must go along to be part of the country. I'm available personally. We must go with, they've issued a green bond. We must go with North-South Power. They've issued a green bond. We must go with REA. They've done a lot of good stuff when it comes to electrifying rural communities and education. And that falls under energy transition agenda to show them how well we've done it. Okay? That's the first thing that we must do. The second thing again is on the AFDB front. So we work with AFDB to mainstream climate change into the lines of credit that AFDB gives to all the banks across Africa, aligning them with the Paris Agreement and the 2060 net zero, whatever it is we are calling it, pathways. Okay? And that's what we've done. And that we cascade that down to various sectors. And ladies and gentlemen, this thing is not rocket science. So another thing we've done is that we've pre-approved and pre-analyzed some key businesses along the supply chain of specific sectors. So if you're talking about agriculture, we have a business model that if you're investing in solar irrigation, you make money. If you're investing in greenhouse farming, you make money. Because whether it's climate change or whatever it is, at the end of the day, agriculture has to do with food production or food production. Either you're storing it, you're processing it, you're selling it. You want to make money. All we're trying to say is that climate change is here. It might affect our food production and capacity if we rely so much on the climate, the natural behavior of climate. So we have to find a way to improve and put in technology. So those kind of things can be showcased. We have an NGO in Nigeria called GAIN, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. They've done a lot of work when it comes to cold chain. We can partner with them to go and do a small workshop called what they've done over the last 8 years in Nigeria. That is seriousness. That shows we know what we are doing. Someone in the Ministry of Environment is tracking all these activities. We have the Climate Finance Accelerator by the DFID. What have they done? Whatever they've done, let's do a 1 hour workshop for them. COP27 is the 42 weeks of 1 month. I only lasted 2 days. When I went last year, I was going to go crazy. It was long. My point is it's a long program that we can put a lot of activities in there and have different days for different sectors, for different parties, and we can showcase what we're doing. That is what we have to do. Government should not say it's only my own project I must showcase. No. Bring it together, coordinate it, partner with the private sector to have a private sector liaison manager that can help you engage all these critical sectors where they're doing good things to make it happen. That needs to be done. That is the seriousness we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adejo. I've been warned of time, but of course, I'll allow the ladies talk. I like what Dr. Adejo said in terms of us going with our success stories. I know last year, I wasn't at COP, but a lot of Nigerians complained that there was nothing happening in Nigerian pavilion. Nigeria was basically not doing anything, and people are saying this year has to be different. Nigeria has to, do something. Nigeria has to make a statement. I know Lumide tweeted something about that recently. So I'm going to come to you, Chinenye. Yeah, that's you, right? So, Chinenye, I'm going to say Nigeria, part of the things Nigeria wants to go to COP with, not just Nigeria now, African countries, and like Dr. Adejo said, he said we need to go with certain things like ODREA and private sector success stories and all of that. But there are also two agreements, like deals, that the African continent wants to go to COP with. We talk about the climate, debt for climate fund swap deal, and also the gas as a transition fuel deal. And as someone who runs like a law advisory firm, these are two deals that people would want to know how it's going to affect the continent on the long run. So could you speak to that on how, if this makes the cut at COP27, what would it mean for the continent going forward?
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for having me. Just a bit of background. I'm a lawyer, and the firm advisory advises agencies like the Rural Electrification Agency and other government agencies that are trying to invest now in renewables. For me, I think in Nigeria, we need a mindset shift when it comes to renewable energy. We're very used to oil and gas, right? And you find that, for instance, we have a minister of petroleum. I always argue that we should have a minister of energy. COP27 is a very important, meeting of world leaders and all that. But I think beyond that, we must think about what our own narrative is and what do we want to achieve when we talk about energy transition. Now, when I talk to some of our clients in the oil and gas sector or the people who work with the Minister of Petroleum, they don't really believe in global warming and things like that. So what is the position of the country when it comes to climate change? Do we believe in it? Are we trying to invest in it? Or are we just seeing it as something that is just a pipeline dream and just a way to raise money and get grants and stuff like that? So I think that's just the foundation, of what we're saying. From the top level, yes, NNPC currently is trying to invest in it. NSIA, we've been privileged to advise on those transactions. But the issue of bankability always comes up. Gas, for instance, when you talk about NLNG and you talked about the gas as a fuel for transition, gas has proved profitable in Nigeria. But when you look at the renewable energy space, a lot of projects, have not been well thought out. And so they've ended up not being bankable. When you're citing a project in a place, you're not thinking about the productive use of that energy. You see that, you put in place all these plants and they're not even used at capacity. Sometimes it's just like 20% of the power that is being utilized because those people are not doing anything productive with the power and they can't pay for it. So companies have to rely on grants all the time, rely on all these subsidies to make it somewhat bankable. So there needs to be thought to, planning and, a thought process to ensure that this is something that is viable and something that our local players can key into. It's very difficult to break into the renewable energy sector. FEMA Advisory has a subsidiary called FEMA Energy, and most times you notice that some of this financing goes to select group of companies, right, who can speak the language and who can, how are we trying to find local solutions to our local problems? How are we trying to, because we have innovation, we have homegrown innovation. How are we trying to ensure that's the success story that we should take there? Like, we are developing our own technologies, solar solutions, our own solar home systems, our own solar PV plants, batteries. After all, Tesla was reaching out to the Nigerian government to try and get lithium. We have the raw materials. Are we investing in manufacturing our own homegrown products? I always laugh at some of these renewable energy companies. I call them glorified agents because a lot of them are just representing OEMs and solar companies abroad. They don't even understand the technology, a lot of them. They just go import the goods and install it. They're just installers. Sorry to say this. But so I think that as a country, we really need to think about the world is transitioning away from oil and gas, fossil fuels. How can we use sunlight that God has given us? How can we use the wind? How can we use other forms, biofuel and all that stuff? So for me, I just think we need to go back to the fundamentals before we can even build on it and have some of these negotiations, be successful. Let us not let the Western world drive the conversation. And I always say, they are the ones who use the fossil fuel to develop. We've not even developed. We need energy to develop. So these are the issues for me, and that's why I wanted to highlight it first.
Thank you so much, Ineye. Yeah. So at COP27, Nigeria and of course Africa shouldn't let developed countries to run the conversation. Thank you so much. I'm going to move to you now, Zira. Okay, if you read the report that CJID did, of course, he talked about the role of CSOs in partnering with government to bring some of these climate plans to fruition. So I'm going to ask you, on your part, as someone who works in the development sector, what should we do going to COP as a continent, as a country, in partnering with CSOs, and how can that partnership bring about some kind of action and results at COP27?
Okay, thank you very much, Vivian. I was going to charge you for murdering my name, but I'm glad you didn't try. Yes, so my name is Zira, by the way. And so I did go through the report and, casting our mind back to 2017 and 2019 when Nigeria issued 2 green bonds, worth about, I think the first about 10.6 billion naira and then the second about 50 million naira. We must applaud Nigeria for being the first country to be able to raise, the first African country and, the first African country and the 4th country in the world to be able to raise debt instruments strictly for financing climate and sustainable, environmental sustainability projects. But then 5 years afterwards, where are we with those projects? Those projects have fallen below expectations. They were poorly executed. it may interest you to know that a lot of Nigerians don't even know about green bond. They don't know that there's something like that exists. When you go to the site of the Department of Climate Change, you realize that the project description on that website is very vague, very ambiguous. You know, people don't even know what those funds were for. And that is where the CSO comes to play. You know, as someone who works in the civil society organization, there's need for transparency and accountability. You know, people need to know there's something called community ownership. You can't just go to your community and say you want to restore their environment or you want to put a solar panel, and they don't even know what that is about. They don't have the basic understanding. They won't take care of it. You know, if you go back to Oyo, I think is it the national park, the afforestation project that was implemented in Oyo? Very ridiculous. Some of the crops are not even environmental friendly crops. They won't even grow till like maybe 10, 15 years. So what are we talking about? See, then you need to carry the CSO along. I agree that the private sector play a very crucial role, but then so do we as the CSO people. You know, we need to come into these conversations. We need to track, monitor, and effectively report some of these projects to the community members. They need to take full ownership. The projects that were done are obscured. You know, there's no sustainability, there's no scalability mechanisms. Nothing is being done. So we're talking about the need to. We're talking about the commitment that developed countries are supposed to give developing countries, $100 billion US. But then what have we done with the finance? And I'm going to take you back to the 9.2 billion clean cook stove. That was a ridiculous project because in my organization at Connected Development, we did try to track that project. You know, where the federal government said they were going to give about 750,000 clean stoves to rural women and 18,000 wonder bags. And at the end of it, only 15% of the 9.2 billion was released, and just 45,000 clean stoves were dispatched, and they were dumped in the national stadium. So these conversations need to be brought up constantly. We need to hold our government to account. What have we done with the funding? You're asking for more funding, but what really have you done with the funding that was available? Are the citizens even aware? So yes, I'll stop there so I don't.
Thank you so much. The moderator is already harassing me, and on this note, I would like to say thank you, Dr. Adeojo, Olumide, Chinenye, and Zira for coming on this panel with me. And yeah, that's where we'll draw the close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now time for a group photograph, and I must say that this is my best panel session because it has 3 women on it. Another round of applause for them. Not just 3 women, 3 brilliant and beautiful women. I'm sure the men agree. So please, another round of applause. Okay, so yes, we're about rounding off, and we're going to have a very short open forum soon, where we'll have, the audience speak. Yes, we want to hear your recommendations and, your takeaways from this particular summit. But at this point, let's have Jonathan Rosen. He's from the Committee to Protect Journalists, and he'll just talk to us briefly on the risk that journalists face when trying to report climate change issues. I mean, we face a lot of challenges, trying to cover these issues and, bring reports for Nigerians to see. So can we have Jonathan Rosen quickly? Here he is. So please, could you speak to that?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to add to this conversation today. It's been fascinating and super important, really, for Nigeria, of course, but also for the world that this conversation is happening here now. As was mentioned, I work with the Committee to Protect Journalists, which is an independent nonprofit organization that promotes press freedom around the world. Is that louder? Okay. And part of our work is doing reporting on attacks against journalists. Part of our work is doing advocacy with centers of power, governments, and international organizations around the world to call for accountability when journalists are attacked. And the third component of our work is emergency assistance. And really, we've been tracking that environmental coverage, journalists covering climate change and environmental issues are under threat. They face direct threats, they face attacks, they face detentions, and in certain cases they've been killed in connection with their reporting on environmental issues. We've seen this in Vietnam, in Guatemala, in India, in Cambodia, in the United States, in Brazil. There are real threats to journalists covering these issues. Safety is a real concern. One of the things we're doing in response to these threats is, of course, reporting on them, calling for accountability when those incidents take place, but also issuing safety information for journalists covering these issues. On our website, which is cpj.org, you can find safety guidance for reporters covering floods and natural disasters. This includes, things for reporters to do in the field, but also things to do before you go out on assignment. So I just want to thank CJID for the opportunity to highlight this work. And really, one of the things that I've noticed has been consistent all day is the importance of the media for the issues that we're talking about. Their role is critical in informing the public, in holding government to account. And I would say that the safety of these reporters as they do that work is also a really significant priority. Thank you very much.
If you're a journalist here and you didn't clap harder, then I don't know. We're talking about protecting you here. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Now time for the open forum, please. Because of time, we'll just take two people. I'm sure you have recommendations, you have takeaways from the summit, something you want to share that would help us move forward. Just two people. And we'll get a mic across to you. Okay, all right, so I have one there. Gender balance. So let's have him. Okay, please just come forward. And then one more. Well, if I'm going to have him, then I'm going to have one woman. That's not fair. All right, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Okache Mariolekpo. I represent Aspire Africa Youth Empowerment Initiative and also a member of Yali Network. So I want to add to every other discussion that have taken place, and it's a way of question and action plan by, since the NIMET representative is still here. There are these conversations that keep going since 2012, and that conversation is a bilateral agreement between Nigeria and Cameroon before the saga of Lado Dam. What is Nigeria actually doing regarding that? And then you release a projection for people to have an alert. For instance, let's take for instance, this is Abuja now. You bring a report, your projection that a flood or a disaster will be coming. What are the plans? For instance, let's take Kogi State as an example, which we know that is a flood, high risk area. What are the after you release that report? What are the follow-up plan? What are the follow-up plan? Then what is Nigeria doing concerning the Lado Dam agreement? So that is my contribution.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm sure Naima to respond quickly. We have so your question, or rather your recommendation. Please come up quickly. You have just 30 seconds. Yes, 30 seconds, and then Naima to respond in 45 seconds.
Okay. Thank you and good afternoon. Mine is to NIMET, NOAA, and CJID. You see, NIMET, you are going to be held responsible for so many things because we believe you are responsible for information. The reason why I said CJID should be involved is if you want to pass information, English is too much. You are communicating with people in the rural areas, people that we are talking about lives. We are not talking about seminar, we are not talking about presentations. We are talking about how can people save their lives. So, but we speak English, we give information in grammar that people living in the local communities will not understand. I think I will advise you as the representative of the NIMET to please take back this to the director that the use of languages, local languages, in informing people about the actual danger of what they are facing will go a long way. And CJID, I don't know if it is part of your responsibility to organize training for journalists on in interpreting data. I think one of the panelists here today is called with a name that resembles data interpretation. Because so many journalists today cannot interpret numbers. By the time they see numbers, that is a confusion. If you ask many journalists to interpret 1 + 1 over the other one, they will just give you as it is. They don't know how to interpret it to actually give meaning, especially if it has to do with the weather. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So we'll have NIMET representative just respond quickly. Talking about the grammar, even your name, NIMET, meteorological. I mean, how many people in the villages know what that means?
Okay, thank you. Let me start from that. In Hausa, we've been going down to the community, and they know what NIMES is, because we tell them it's Hukuman Lura de Harsaseng Yene Inkasa. So we do this in local languages. I want to appreciate the media, particularly NTA. NTA Hausa, in fact, last month I was personally on the Hausa, and my colleagues had appeared on NTA Igbo, NTA Yoruba, talking about this information, local languages. Talking about the Lagdo Dam, that's federal government, is large, foreign affairs, construction of the dam. But in terms of communication, before they release water, they inform the Nigerian authorities. This year, unfortunately, they did not. It was when we saw the flood, a call was that they now inform us that they released actually yesterday. The faults in that area, but we have this agreement that before release, and the technology we have, we monitor weather right from Central African Republic, Chad. So we've been noticing that even around Cameroon, the rainfall is above normal. So we're expecting them to give that information. So we work hand in hand with them. The remaining aspect of the agreement is not NIMET mandate. I will not dabble into that. Ours is to make forecast and anything that pertains to the flood information. Then local languages, as I tell you, as I inform you, we are ready to collaborate with you. Even in Adama, we have our colleagues discuss weather and impending flood in full day. So once the media wants us to come, either at the state level or local government level, they identify the language they want, we will deploy resources, or we will train the media on those distance to downscale in the local languages. I hope I've answered those questions. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for him. I think he has done a good job today, being here very early and stayed to the end. Another round of applause for Mr. James Adamu. Please, can we have some quiet in the room? We're about to go. Yes, please. Just a few more things.
Recording
and then
in progress.
We'll be done. We have a virtual audience. We appreciate them for joining us and for participating so far. We'll take a response from one of participants, in the virtual audience. But that's after the communique, which will be delivered by Ijoma Okereke, the project officer of CJID. Please come up quickly, and I hope the communique is really brief so that we can wrap up. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Because I was told that I have just 3 minutes to present the communique, I'll just go straight to the resolutions that were made from the different sessions and panels that were held. Okay. So I'll start with the presentation of the research feasibility of nationally determined contributions in West Africa. And these were the resolutions that were made by the panelists or the researchers. The first is that we must explore the ecological, economic, sociocultural, technological aspects and the institutional capacities of the commitments made by various African countries in addressing climate change issues. Governments of African countries should mobilize funds or finance domestically to implement policies relating to climate change. This reduces vulnerability to international organizations. Climate efforts in Nigeria must be human-centered and not just in reducing greenhouse emissions. The issue of interduplicity of roles among MDAs with interrelated functions should be resolved by the government in order to prevent the illegality that can be utilized by defaulters. On the panel that focused on impact of Russia-Ukraine crisis on energy transition, these were the resolutions. The solid mineral and mining sector is a possible alternative source to leverage to earn more, but Nigeria must resolve the legacy issues surrounding the exploitation of minerals in those regions, such as conflict and employment possibilities. Energy is for the society and should be about the society, so there should be a constructive conversation between the state and the society on energy transition plans. That way, all parties will be on the same page. Increasing access to modern energy, reducing losses, and making the economy more competitive. It's part of the resolutions that were made from the impact of Russia-Ukraine crisis on energy transition. And on gender impact of climate change, we have climate change education and awareness should be carried out at the grassroots. Media must be able to present data as opportunities for the private sector to invest, such as SMEs, which are mainly driven and how they can be innovative. The CBN must develop practices that promote access to finance, even as the media amplifies the issues of the impact of climate change on gender. On the panel discussion that was focused on environmental disaster and flooding in Nigeria, the role of stakeholders, NIMET should work with the NCC to ensure timely messages on flooding disasters that are sent to Nigerians. So that should be amber alerts. I'm going to work on that. NIMET and other MDAs should work with the media to produce great stories that will put pressure on government and the communities affected to take proactive measures before disaster strikes. Ensure that journalists who are interested in covering flooding stories are well trained and equipped to cover the issue. And then the last panel discussion that was held, Africa at COP27, leveraging effective partnerships for adaptation and financing. Negotiators and representatives of Nigeria should have a broad knowledge of what COP27 is about, as this will help in informing our languaging during such conversations. Nigeria and Africa must leverage on its natural resources and products to attract the necessary investment from international communities. Any project that is linked to loss and damage is a big priority in Nigeria at COP27, and this project must have been developed in consultation with civil society organizations. Negotiators should have a private sector coalition, and Nigerian conversations at COP27 should come from a perspective of seriousness, structure, and impact. During COP27, Nigerians should share success stories of technology and homegrown solutions. The content of this communique was agreed on by all stakeholders here, present and adopted. Dated this day, 27 October 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ijoma Okereke. That was really good. Thank you. You captured this event. We'd have a brief remarks from Akintunde Babatunde, and after which we'd have the closing remarks. By the way, I was threatened by Akintunde, and I would like Jonathan to come to my rescue after this event.
Okay, the thread will come around. Sorry that you have to see my face again. I don't mean to come around, but so yeah, the communique was agreed. I mean, we all agree, so we will send a copy. But if you have something you think that was misrepresented, you could just jump on them over there. We could correct them, because we will be issuing this out latest Monday morning, and then of course you get a copy. Also, just to say that the reason why we're here today, we already said it, but this is the first research beyond rhetoric and our ambition, assessing the feasibility of climate pledges by West African countries in NDCs. So a copy will be sent, so a link to download will be sent to you if you register your email at the point of registration. You'll get a copy first thing tomorrow morning, I guess. Then the second one is on Nigerian Green Bond program. So the last panel spoke pretty much around financials and partnerships. And of course, CJID and HBS had an event back in July, I guess, or June. And so this was pretty much like a resolution from that conversation around green bond financing and some of the challenges in Nigeria. So we have these also. It will also be available for download by tomorrow. And of course, we talked about the panel on impact of Russian invasion impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine on energy transition in Africa. And of course, Nigeria's energy transition plan has got a lot of ambitions, and we try to look at some of the challenges and some of the realistic component of it. So a copy of this report, again, will be made public, will be shared with you. So that means you're getting like 4 links, and of course, you could jump on, from next week, you get a physical hard copy, from our office. So that's also there. And of course, subsequently of CJID, you would get copies. And the last one, okay, those are 4 documents. So for journalists in the house, CJID, we've put together a COP reporting handbook, and there will be a virtual event next week. So the document will be made public for journalists who would be attending COP. So we've put together a report. Okay, fine. That's a signal that I have to leave. So a COP reporting handbook, and that makes sense. Just to say a very big thank you to those who worked on the documentary. It was pretty much stuff that happened between last week and now. So, so there was like a credit page, but it was not shown. So Abdulkarim Majid, thank you very much. Benedicta, thanks for going down to Abari last year and going there again last week to do this. Akonle Sani, who went to Kolokoja. And thanks to Kemi Busari for putting this script together. Thanks to Titi Fadari for the voiceover. And thanks to Peter Ogunwale for that. And then I'll just run away because the last remark will be made by Tosin, so I don't want to run. I don't want to get on that. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for Akin today. Okay, so it's about time for the closing remarks, but I'm sure that we have a participant who joined us virtually who would speak. Do we have that now? So we'll just have that for a few seconds and then have the closing remarks. Tosin, please, would like you to move closer for the closing remarks. So who's going to speak? Akin today, the virtual participant who's going to speak briefly. Or could they just signify anyone who wants to speak? All right, so because of time, in case you have questions, what I'm talking about, talking to the virtual participants now, if you have questions, you have comments, recommendations, whatever it is as regards the summit, please, you could just put it down or find a way to get it across to CJID. I'm sure it would be looked at. Thank you very much. So can we have Oluwatosin now? And just as, okay, so we have her here for the closing remarks. A round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of CJID, the entire board, management and staff, I'd like to thank you all for taking time out of your day to be here. I know that this speaks to the fact that this is a very important issue, the fact that you're here. And thank you for being here from about 10 to now. Thank you for your patience. I'd like to especially thank our moderator, Miss John. Thank you so much for steering this conversation beautifully. Thank you for keeping us in check and helping us to make reasonable resolutions and come to reasonable conclusions at this summit. I'd also like to thank colleagues who made this summit a success. Thank you, Felicia. Thank you, Pelumi, Tomi, Adebawale, everyone that made this a success. Thank you, Adeza. Thank you, Asari and the comms team for performing magic despite short notice. I'd like to thank again our virtual participants too for staying put. I know that some of the challenges with being a virtual participant is that you're unable to actively participate, but you stayed with us to the very end, and we are grateful. So on this note, so that I do not take all of your time, I know that some of us have things to do. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a fantastic evening. Hope to see you next time. I'd also like to thank my panelists. Thank you, Akitide, for reminding me. For panelists who came all the way from out of town. In particular, the panelists from Ghana. Thank you so much. It speaks to how important this issue is. I know that we usually have squabbles sometimes over the most minute issues, jollof rice, very inconsequential issues. We're glad that you were able to look beyond that and come and sit with us. And hopefully you try our jollof rice this afternoon and you'd enjoy it and you resolve that indeed Nigeria is the jollof rice king. Akintunde, I think you should just continue with these thanks. Thank you, Professor Okereke. Thank you to the researchers too who also made all the research work possible. And Mr. Ololade Bamidele, thank you for editing and putting everything together. We wouldn't have done this without you. Habiba Dagash, Dr. Habiba Dagash, thank you. Today, I think I can. But anyways, thank you everyone and have a good evening.
All right, so with the thank yous done, I'm sure you'd agree that it's been a great time right here. For me, the takeaway is that climate change is the single greatest threat to a sustainable future. But at the same time, addressing the climate challenge presents a golden opportunity to promote prosperity, security, and a brighter future for all. I'm sure you all agree. Once again, a round of applause for yourselves for staying put all through from 11 a.m. when we started till now. I appreciate you. And just before we go, just to let you know that there's lunch, yes, but that will be after the national anthem. But I would like us to do this one more time, you know, because like I said, there's actually a prize for the most audible person in the room. I just want to check, you know, your energy level, if we need to get more food, you know, served. All right, so we're going to do this. CJID Climate Change Media Summit. No. In fact, there's something going on in this room. Let's do it one more time. CJID Climate Change Media Summit. Road to COP27. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Brilliant audience. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you. And as we go, let's respect our country as we rise for the national anthem. Thank you very much, CJID. We appreciate you. Everyone, a round of applause for yourselves. I am Ian Ray. John, thank you so much. Have a good evening.